Hello everybody and welcome to Time Traveler's Coin Exchange. Tonight we're going to have episode 93 of the Coin Vault has opened. It's going to be Friday night coin concentrates. So these are from my roll hunting days. I haven't looked at these in 10 to 20 years. We're starting an hour early here tonight. It's a bonus stream, so it really doesn't matter if we're early or not. Normally I do streams at 9 o'clock. Whether it's a normally scheduled stream or a regular or a bonus one. So tonight we are just starting early here. So let me hit my microphone here because it seems to be frozen. But welcome everyone. I'll get this focused as I just move the coin up another level. So these are from my coin roll hunting days. I used to search a lot of bags from eBay, and I used to do a lot of roll hunting, and so pretty much anything could be in these. I just was gung-ho just searching through as much as I could, and I'd fill these rolls anytime I thought I found something. So some of them will have errors, like right here off the bat, the first one. The B being filled is not an error, but this is a Liberty error because it's a buy error. But there's like basically almost a full I in between the B and the E, which will slowly form and get to become a full I. So people do collect these, but we'll take a look at the reverse. Oftentimes when I see a coin like this, there's something on the back as well sometimes. So welcome everyone. Hope you guys are having a good night. Hope you're having a good Friday. It's the weekend. Woohoo, we made it. I've got quite a few rolls here tonight, so I think I might be doing a long stream. I haven't streamed this early, really, so I have no idea. It might just be me talking to myself here, but it looks like there's a couple of you guys here already, so welcome. But we'll get started here. I know we've been in Mint Cello land for a little while. We toured the 1970s all week long, and I had people asking me to do some, traditional Coin Vault had opened. Just they liked getting to see all the different varieties. And so here we are. And so I might be a little bit rusty here because I feel like it's been over a week since I got to do one of these. But we do have about, I think, 10 plus rolls of Mint Sallowed 1960s, and then I think we have maybe like 20 1950 Mint Cello rolls. Like most of them are proof. There's 63 P&D and 64 P&D, and those are business strikes, but I think everything else is proof. And so since this one is a mint mark, this one I'm gonna flip. I'm trying to take the time to flip things, just so that I don't have to go through them all again in the future. And so boy, I'm going to be a little bit rusty here, but for the most part we should be good here. So this one's going to go in a flip, so do pardon me. And I don't think that anyone's ever told me how loud is my stapler. You know, it's not a jackhammer, but it's got a pretty good click on it. Definitely not like ASMR coin flipping. So here, I haven't even dumped out the first roll here. We'll make a couple stacks. So most of these, sometimes these rolls have a bunch of AU, slightly BU coins. Sometimes they're errors. Sometimes they are cleaned and damaged coins. And I'm like, why have I been saving these coins all this time? But pretty much every roll is different. I would say these coins here, they look a little bit more on the circulated side. I don't see a single coin that looks just red and glowing from the sides here. Sometimes the coins were just kind of older. This one does look like it kind of has a weird rim to it. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's like almost like there's a flat edge. Check out the other side. It might be kind of beveled on the edge. Oops. Yeah, I haven't been using the platform for the Mint Cellos. But it kind of almost looks like a partially struck collar. Because, normally the coins have like a raised rim on them, but this one, the rim kind of falls off. I feel like some of the coin has a raised rim and some doesn't. I don't think that this is a partially struck collar, but it definitely kind of looks like one. So I'm going to put it in the tube and we'll move on here. So I did save a lot of these filled Bs, and when the dates had, a bunch of stuff in them, I would fill those as well. I've since come to find out that those are not errors, that it's more of a very, very damaged coin. Speaking of, it kind of looks interesting there. I don't know if that's, what's also interesting, it almost looks like those two marks are almost the same size. I kind of thought maybe it was like a planchet error. Let's take a look. I think that it's a planchet error, or like a lamination error. But it almost looks like it was like imperfect. Like a bad metal alloy. Like right there, it's actually kind of toned inside it too, which is cool. But I do not believe it is damaged. I don't know, the M there kind of looks like it got shaved off, but I think that is separate. Something separate happened to that. Yeah, I'm going to need to get used to doing this. I'm used to having the mint cello in my hand and not working off of this. We'll get it. I'm just trying to see the whole picture of what's going on here. And while we're up close, we can check out the mint mark. Make sure there's not an RPM hanging out there. Looks like it's a partially filled 9, and there's some machine damage on it as well. So I think that this one I think the back may be like a lamination or a lamination peel, and that's what those pieces on the back are missing from. Otherwise I'd say it's like a planchet defect, because I think that metal, I think those chunks there were missing before the coin was actually struck. It did look like there was a little bit of damage, but I think that was something that happened afterwards. So we'll get back to our normal zoom level here. I have a feeling we're going to be in and out, and it's making me remember why I wanted to get a second microscope, so I can have a second microscope above my head so that we can just look at mint marks with it. So here we have a little bit better Liberty Air. There's quite a lot stuck in between the B and the E there. Still not quite full. It's once it's kind of up to the top of the B, I'd say that's a full. And sometimes they form a nice looking eye, and sometimes you just get like a big blob there. Why it's an error and a filled B is not an error, I can't really tell you, but I guess people definitely collect the Liberty errors though. And people like them in all different stages, and they try to collect ones of different mints. This one's a little bit interesting, just you can see like the little piece coming out the bottom of the D. Almost trying to see if we have a split serif on the bottom here. I think that is just a line. Having the top, it looks like the top took a strike. That does not help us. And perhaps the bottom here took a strike as well. Maybe a little piece of it got crushed down. It looks interesting, but this one is a Liberty Air, so I'll put it in a flip. I gotta remember to get myself some coffee, because we might do a long stream tonight. We're super close. I think we're like 170 hours or something to 4,000 watch hours. So we're getting really, really close. And so I'm just trying to put in a little bit extra push here so that we can have like a 4,000 hour watch party. You know what? I should probably... It'll be half the in and out. if I check out these mint marks, if I'm already zoomed in, I don't see anything there. I like it when, or let me look one more time actually, was that dust? I like it when RPMs are just really strong and pronounced. Sometimes they're really subtle. So this one looks like I probably put it away here due to the kind of little chunk on the 9 there. There also looks like there is just a little chunk. I know it looks like damage, but I believe that's like a planchet defect there. I don't believe it is damage. That's just the way the metal was before it was struck into a coin. Take a look at the reverse here. It looks like a weak strike on the O. You can see it, you know, part of it's almost flat. I collected a lot of those. They are not airs. It's just, you know, I was going through a lot of coins and I probably should have taken the time to learn a little bit more. So here we have a filled B. I thought that these were something. You know, when you look through millions of coins, you start to notice some of them are different than others. And you hear about all these airs and, you know, different valuable coins. And so when you find something different, you know, you get excited and you're like, okay, I'll start collecting this. And, you know, maybe I'll find out that it's worth something. Just looking at this little thing between the 9 and the 5 here. I think that's damage, and it kind of looks like the mint mark got damaged here. I don't think there's anything to see. It does look a little interesting, but we'll keep on moving. That mint marked there is not going to be super easy to find anything on. I'm pretty sure that kind of gouge in the coin there is not an error. Looks like the rim has been pushed in here. That almost might be interesting to see that just that one there. But considering the different damage that I'm seeing on the coin, I'm guessing that that is what it is damage. I mean, even if, like, say this was something, it's like the coin has been kind of destroyed by all the other things going on it. I think we're already zoomed in, so we'll check out the mint mark and then we'll zoom back out. Sometimes I see something that I'm going to want to go back in on. I'm trying to, I've been, you know, since I have a camera and don't really need a second microscope. Looks like we have another Liberty error. Since I have one already, I'm kind of, you know, putting offers and kind of putting low bids on new ones that are better than the one that I have. Just figuring that if I can get it at a really good price, then it's definitely going to be worth picking up for the channel. You know, I could probably write it off as a tax write-off now that I think about it. Spend a lot. It's so funny, people do businesses so differently, and there's like so many things I forget that people that have been doing businesses for a long time, it's like really sometimes when you spend money you can make money. Interesting. I mean, there's a lot of damage on the coin, and then there's like this little spot here and this little spot here, and I believe that is just, I want to say it's damage. It does kind of look like a lamination error, but I feel like there would be spaces in between. We can check it out up close. It usually will look kind of cracky instead of being very, very smooth if it's a lamination. Usually you can like kind of see I think that's a gouge. Let's see if we can zoom in on the other part. That kind of looks like corrosion. And the mint mark, I do not think we're going to get a lot from it. So we shall move on, and I shall caffeinate myself. I better drink that faster. Let me adjust the camera here a little bit. It's kind of on an angle. Kind of looks like the top of the coin is scooped. We can kind of see if the date and everything has kind of machine damage like that as well. Looks like there's some sort of red on this coin. But I didn't see anything on the mint mark there, so we'll zoom back out here. Looks like this one might be like a partial collar strike or like partially off center. It's like if we go on the side here, yeah, it doesn't look like a collar strike, but it looks like maybe partially off center. It's interesting though because there is a rim down here. Well, let's check out the reverse, see if it looks the same or if it looks completely normal. Ooh, hello. That is cool. That looks like, isn't that what a dime looks like? Hold on a second. Oh, am I not going to be able to zoom? Yeah, are the dimes smooth or is it just the slab? No, they have. What the heck was that? Sorry, that was a Roosevelt dime there. I'm confused here. I mean, could someone have been playing with this one? They're not exactly, I mean, if you look at these, see how close we can go. They're not exactly even. Okay, we've got some forest life in here, but we'll keep going past that. I mean, is this like 100 cuds? That's really interesting. I don't think I've seen like notches into a coin, but I have not seen it go around like this. Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep this one out so that I can, in case somebody comes in the stream tonight that knows more than I do. Like this does not look like it was struck in a penny. Like what could it be? Alright, so wait, let's take another look at the front. So it's like, let's pretend... I don't even know. I think the E there looks a little interesting. Let's zoom in there. I mean, that almost kind of looks doubled on the E. And it does look like copper. Yeah, no. Oh, have you not seen... Oh, put a dime on it? You know, I don't think I have a raw dime here. And since the pandemic, I don't keep any change in my pocket. If you give me a minute, I think I do have a jar somewhere, and there's got to be a dime in it. But let me think. So did you see the reverse? Let's see if I can find one here. It's like magic. Okay. So yeah, it is bigger. It is bigger than a dime. Let me see if I can. But what's interesting is it doesn't quite look like the edges of a dime either. It's funny how the lighting is not showing up here. Oh, is that okay? That was the ribbing on the dime. I thought I was like, oh, was there the ribbing on the front too? And it kind of made the same look when I was looking down through it. So was like a dime in it? I mean, it's raised up here. Maybe there's some sign that there's like a dime struck against it. Does the line match up? No, the line doesn't match up. Well, let me see. It's still bigger. Like if you put the dime in there and kind of put it in the bottom, it's still wider. I mean, it's a good thought that like maybe like a dime got smushed in with it. And so then we do have like a line coming down across here. There also seems to be an area in here that seems kind of flat and smooth. Like there was a lot of pressure there. Right? No, like these kind of coins, like a penny struck on like a dime thing, like those definitely do command. I'm always like, oh, that looks kind of cool, and then I see the price tag at auction and I'm like, oh, never mind. Yeah, but I'm not, I don't understand what this one could be, not yet anyway. Maybe somebody could. Yeah, I don't think I'm selling I don't think I'm selling it for $5. Thank you for the offer though. Welcome Logan's Coins. Yeah, I started early. I was listing stuff on eBay. I have no idea why. I posted at 9 and then I was like, well, maybe I'll start at 8. I've got a little extra time tonight. So here we are. I pulled a couple extra rolls. I think I was jonesing to go back and do more episodes of this. So I feel like people who like if this is like a clash, I feel like people who deal with clashes are really good. You know, a little clue we might get is, okay, we have a 1952D, and so then it's like I can do some investigative work. It's kind of hard to do on the stream here, but you know, if we can find another 1952D that has a clash, we can start comparing things. Hey, welcome, Metal Detecting with Austin Simpson. Welcome, hello. How are you? Yeah, we're starting with some wheat cents today. There could be anything in these rolls. They're from my roll hunting days. They're kind of like roll concentrates. And so this one here is looking pretty cool because it looks like it has, you know, when I go up close, it doesn't quite look even, but I believe there was like a dime. I mean, it's raised up, like the rim has like a saw and like things are, it's basically the edge of the rim is kind of pushed in. So I think that this might be like a clash. I think that something's smushed against this coin pretty good. Or just the wrong thing was pushing against this. I've definitely never seen, otherwise it has like 100 cuds on it. And that would be cool just by itself. But it's like the front looked cool, and then when I got to the back I was like, whoa, this is definitely different. So I'm going to put this one aside here for just a couple minutes. Maybe we'll find something cooler here, but there's a couple people that come into the show sometimes that I feel like if they pop into the show, they'll be able to tell me exactly what it is. We won't even have to guess. What did you find metal detecting, Austin Simpson? I would like to know. I've been meaning, I like cleared my property like all year last year, and now it's growing back, and I never even metal detected it, which was the plan. I've just been streaming and making coin videos. Little baby Liberty Air here. Yes, tell us, watching video on it, maybe 6K. That sounds very good. I could buy some 1936 proofs, which would be very, very, very fun. I was almost thinking about like taking out a credit card and just buying out all the 1936 proofs on eBay. Thought I'd do it just for Andrew. Well, that would be like the first really, really valuable coin that I found after doing these, going back through. It's hard because, you know, some of these coins in these rolls are clean, some of them are damaged, and then some of them are really cool. They're just kind of all over the place. Nice. I would keep going there, metal detecting with Austin Simpson. I would visit that again. Sometimes like it's like you get no more beeps, but you come back and like things have just changed, or like the soil has dried out, or I would go back. I would try some more. That's a lot of coins. That's a nice spill. So let's see, next up we've got a filled B. And so that is not an error. We'll check out the reverse, and then we can check out the mint mark if there's nothing there. Looks like a scratch, 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 scratch. And so, like, oftentimes when we find like a filled B, that means that that's probably the reason I put them in here. It's like, now I know that some of the things that I saved are not things I needed to save. If you guys are looking for a roll of filled Bs, I've definitely got rolls of filled Bs. There's an RPM or D over S mint mark. Nice. Yeah, it's amazing how you just go, you can, you know, one spot has nothing, and then another spot is just loaded. Okay, so it looks like we have some machine damage, filled 5. So that's probably the reason I pulled this coin out. Autofocus is a little interesting on here tonight. Were you able to pull up any of the dates? Welcome, Accredited Coins. Hello, hello. How are you tonight? Yes, started a little bit early. It is a bonus stream, so I figured, hey, it's already a bonus stream, why not start early? So I got quite a few rolls here tonight. Wow, look, didn't notice so many people. Welcome, everybody. I guess I've never streamed. Maybe I should stream earlier. I was kind of not expecting anybody to come in until 9 o'clock. But we found one really cool looking one here already that it's kind of a mystery. Nice. I'd be happy to check out. I think I saw some messages on Instagram. I didn't have a second. I was like, okay, I'll change it to 8 o'clock stream. And then I started to notice all these things that I needed to do. And it was a scramble to get here. But I'm here. What was I seeing? The B? I don't think we have a double die here. I think it's probably got a scratch on it. Looks pretty scratched to me. The eye looks huge. Nice. I don't think I have any Susan B. Anthony's. I've been thinking, like, I passed by a bunch of like huge sets that came up, And then I was like, oh, those were actually a pretty decent price. And I was like, maybe I should get them just to have those because I don't have them. You know, kind of like you, it's like I eventually want to have, you know, one of every coin at least. But at the same time, I've got to kind of stay focused. But I was thinking about you because I was feeling like taking out a credit card today and just buying up all the 1936 proofs. Just seemed like it would be fun. I was trying to imagine your expression on your face if you checked eBay and all the 1936 proofs were gone. And then you'd be like, wait, but why didn't they buy mine and yours? What's going on? I think you would have gotten really, really happy. So hopefully we're going to find some cool. I feel like a couple of you guys just popped in. So this is the one that is kind of like making my, you know, like the front here. I've seen stuff that looks like this before. You know, it kind of looks like a little bit off-centered. But what was cool about this one wasn't that. It was the reverse rim on this side, the way it kind of has a reeded edge. And so I thought that that one was really different. And I feel like they're not 100% even, which is also interesting, but they look real. It doesn't look like somebody just kind of etched in. And so if anybody that just popped in knows what that is, do feel free. I was able to pick up quite a few more early proof coins today, though, accredited coins, and I picked up, you know, not only wheat cents, but I also picked up some nickels and some dimes. So definitely added some new, you know, it's like I figure why buy up just all the early proof cents? Why not do the nickels, dimes, quarters, and half dollars? I'm gonna have to grow a little bit before I can pick. They're already priced so high, it's amazing. I was able to get a proof 68 wheat cent today. Someone listed one as a buy it now, and so I snatched that up instantly. I will buy one of those any day of the week it's put up. Nice. It's nice when you can read the dates. Like most of the older coins I get, I cannot read the dates on them when I'm metal detecting. I think the around here, like the ground just seems to eat the coins up. You know, you'll still find the coins, but like they're just destroyed. I'm hoping to find some gold. Gold doesn't get destroyed so easily. It's like the history of the town that I live in. Like the bay here was discovered really early on, and so the gold miners would basically take everything from the bay here and bring it down south to San Francisco. And so I always imagine that people came inland from, you know, gold mining and would be waiting here to get on a ship or to have their stuff, and then somebody went and stashed their stuff. And then met an unlikely demise. This one's kind of interesting, just the rim, how there's kind of a doubled spot, and then there's kind of it's like a little bit of a raisedness, I believe. Not too much. But we'll see. I got a metal detect the whole thing. I had to cut all the brambles down. And there's definitely people that have found some nice gold in the hills. And from what I hear, the bay next time I'm at, like quite a few ships were basically destroyed in the bay by storms that were just filled up, ready to go, bring back gold. And the gold still washes up on the water or on the beaches here. Unfortunately, my metal detector, I got it mostly for like gold nugget hunting, like inland, because I had a gold claim. But it seems like the salinity of the water, the salt in the water, it really just messes with it as much as I ground it out. So So far, I haven't had any luck on the beaches, like where the sand is totally dry. I can find coins and stuff. It'd be fun to take it out, especially since all of a sudden, like all the tourists are here instead of the city. Apparently, like where I live, like they're saying, "Hey, there's no coronavirus here. You should come here. We're doing everything we can to be safe." And it's like, come, kill everyone here. like, please stop advertising to come kill us all. I feel like it should be illegal. I thought that we were all supposed to shelter in place. I really don't know what's going on. It seems like two different worlds. Well, that's what I thought, that it was just a double rim penny, but why or how did it get the reeded edge? I let my gold claim expire. It cost, I think, I want to say I spent about $2,000 on it on eBay of all places where I bought them. For all I know, you can still find them on eBay. But yes, you can buy gold claims on eBay. It was like a 20-acre gold claim. And there was the first pan of gold, I found nothing. And then every pan after that was gold. It was, if you could do like suction dredging here, there's a moratorium on it, and it totally destroys everything. I would have found a lot of gold. It was just setting something up. I think someone like traced this with like a thumbtack or something. You can see like a little, I was looking like, oh, is this re-engraved? What's up? But yeah, I just let the gold claim go. If you don't file with the government saying intent to hold, they just take it back. And so that's what happened to it. It was basically, you had to like go through all this paperwork and pay money every year to keep it. And the taxes on it were just going up, 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 up. And it was also kind of like Murder Mountain area. It was so beautiful. Like the elk were like the size of mooses, and there was like rattlesnakes everywhere and giant bears. Like it was awesome. But basically, like right downstream from it was like the local school, and they got their water from the river. And so I'm like, okay, if I'm like mudding all this up, the water was turquoise and beautiful. It was like 110. I got like heat stroke every time I'd go up there to work. It wasn't like Gold Rush. It was just me with a sluice box on the river, and the river was raging. But there was gold there for sure. It was just a super dangerous place. I figured like they'd find my car on the side of the road and never find my body. And nobody wanted to go up there with me, and basically like to like actually make it profitable. Like it was fun to just do, like get some pay dirt. But like to actually like make any money off of it, to make it worth the time, it would have had to have been like a big industrial thing, and it would just be like killing paradise. But yeah, you can find them on eBay. Mine was on the Klamath River, and it was like 100 miles away from where I lived at the time too. So it was a 2-hour drive on like twisting, turning, deadly roads. That might be like a die crack going right through his head. I'll zoom in. We'll follow that. But yeah, it was basically like 2 hours of almost dying, and then I'd get there and almost die. And I was just like, this isn't worth death. It's like, I'm like, I can make a little bit of money at home on eBay faster. And granted, there would probably be some ways to make some money. That's a kind of a cool die crack. It kind of looks like it all gets bunched up there. Yes, they did pave paradise and put up a parking lot. That is the plan. However, I feel like the environment here has got another plan for us all before we can do that. I think we're gonna have, besides just pandemic, I think California is pretty much gonna burn this year. Sorry for my optimism here. Um, but yeah, um, I think we're gonna have like super drought and super fire season, like fire season we've not seen before. And I think the combinations between people having to evacuate about half the state and the coronavirus and all the other kind of like viruses that are going to happen from overcrowding and stuff, things are not going to be pretty here. It's going to really affect our water supply and our food supply and just general necessities. So here, let's clear those thoughts. Let's look at some coins. Not happy thoughts. Everything's going to be just fine, everybody. Has anybody, I checked gold and silver this morning. It looked like it had kind of calmed down a little bit and retreated a little bit. Anybody check out how it closed at the end of the day? I'm just a little bit curious. It definitely seemed like it was like raging upwards. I had something kind of scary happen to me, so I got like this really nice Franklin $50. I think it's over here, but I got it and I won it for like $60. But it's Averse Die Clash FS 402. And so it's worth like $200 according to PCGS. I haven't looked up to see, how much they go for, buy or sell, but like I totally was like listing it on eBay today, and I totally forgot to change the price. I just used another coin as the template, and then I'm like, oh wait, I just listed that as $50, and with a 30% sale, it was going to be like half the price that I bought it for. You can't find anything on the Lincoln. That's the problem too. When you find stuff, oftentimes, like I'll probably, if nobody knows what it is, I'll probably send something. Chuck, I guess he's moving right now. Maybe I could send something over to Jessica at Copper Coins. But oftentimes, if there's if you're able to email kind of someone who's an expert, they'll know right off the bat what it is. Like they've been looking at these things for 50 years. They'll be like, oh, that's a so and so, or oh, that's a nice conversation piece, but it's worth nothing. You never know until you find out. Kind of an interesting 4. It almost looks like there's a notch on the top. If it is, it's a rather big notch. So what, that's a 1949D. I almost want to see another one just to compare it. Yeah, I can go back to the 52, that's not a problem. Were you curious about the front or back? We can just do them both. So yeah, for like about 5 minutes at the most today, there was that that Franklin Averse Die Clash up for sale for a really, really good price on eBay. Things definitely happen. Like I've definitely, like I had like eBay like miss, one decimal point and like, sold like a $20 coin for $1.99. Like I think I put like $19.99 and like it just wrote $1.99 free shipping, and so it sold. Front at Lincoln, zoom to nose. Sure. Let's do it. Let's go in farther. See if he's got anything hiding in his nose. I think I see something. Yeah, I like that's one of the reasons I started streaming tonight too, is like I have a whole stack of Franklins and stuff here to like post and a bunch of like silver Washington quarters, and I was just making error after error after error listing. Like I maybe got like, I don't know, like 4 hours of sleep last night, like with maybe some broken in there. I don't know. It's kind of like I'm so tired I don't know how tired I am, which is it was just kind of dangerous. Like I was forgetting to do everything on eBay. How's that look, Sav? So hopefully that. Yeah, see, that's another thing. Like, I need to get the second camera because then, say, if you're wanting to see something, Sav, right up here, I have the coin you want to take a look at, so you can study different things while I can continue looking at new coins here. And it's like, just keep like the cool ones up until we find another cool one to replace it. The other thing I'm trying to figure out is like I enjoy the dino light that I have, but like I figured try to get one that is a little bit better than this one. Make the image a little like I think it looks fine, but I feel like they get better. So why not get better? Um, but I'm worried that if I try to do two different dino lights, the software of the two are going to conflict with each other, or it's only going to like recognize one at a time. It's hard to say. I just don't know what will happen. So part of me feels like, okay, maybe I should get two different kinds. And I guess, when I already know how one kind of works and likes it, it makes me like partial to keep that one. But it's like I felt like it was really easy to look through the different dino lights. But then I'm sure if I go and try to look at all the other kind of webcams, there's going to be a million of them, and it's going to boggle my mind. You only had to change your settings. And that's actually interesting because that reminds me, like on for these, or for my Dino Light, there used to be a setting specifically for taking pictures of shiny objects, aka coins. But since I upgraded to Windows 10 and can't use the original software, just the preloaded stuff, that setting's gone. I miss it. Dino Light programmers, if you're out there, I want the settings so that I can look at shiny stuff again better. I'm super glad. Yeah, I'll have to check out how your new listings are looking. I definitely agreed. The other listings that you were doing recently, they were too dark. Um, it's like I feel like you were probably doing them too dark because they were coming out bright and kind of they were getting all messed up by the light, and I understand why like dark was definitely better than like just like glared and confusing. And it's like I guess it's just all about like being able to diffuse the light, and I know that's what you've been trying to do, but maybe it's just the aperture. Nice. Well, that'll be very valuable to if you've got it. Did you get it down just right? I know. I'm trying to look at the top of this one. See if I can turn it and focus on an angle. I mean, it almost looks like a split serif on the top. However, you can see it's pretty flat on the top, but then on the bottom it also kind of looks, but it almost looks like there's a second strike on the bottom, which probably makes that squish out. I don't know. Was this a 5070? And then it's like, is interesting. It almost kind of looks like an RPM. Like, I mean, the bottom being like most of my case, there's a squish on it, and maybe that squish is what's making it go out further. Maybe it would be smooth. I just like push the metal. Approved 2009 for 180 and $5 off 3. Approved 2009 for 180. Do I have a or what? Which? Oh, I'm trying to think. Which proof one is it? I'm just trying to remember. Is it like a ceremonial issue? Is it the first day of issue? I'd have to check. There must be something about it that I put it that high. Some of my coins on my eBay store are 100%. They are not priced to sell. Some of them are in my registry set. Some of them are just ones that I love. And yes, somebody who had a lot of money could convince me to sell them, but I would rather keep them otherwise. Oh yeah, the master set, it's worth 150. But I think that when I looked, I think there's only 190 master sets or something like that. And like I bought that master set, and I'd never seen one before, so I was just like, okay, I'll put a bid on it to win it. I've never seen one before. It must be rare. I had no idea what it cost. And whenever I do one of the not the master set, what's the other one called? It's like the master set, but it doesn't have the silver dollar in it. Um, but those ones never tell you what the price is when you add them to a registry. They don't tell you a price. The master set was like, I'm worth 150, and I'm like, what? I instantly like there was one other on eBay, and I like went and bought that one. And then like I was like, why are these worth so much? Is it the silver dollar? I think that it was like a one-time thing, like where you could get it done like that, and now PCGS won't slab them like that. No, it's okay. Some of my prices on eBay are high. I'm not gonna sit here and say they're not. Like that one, for 190 is, but it's like, it is higher than PCGS. But generally, like for a lot of the stuff, I pay around PCGS price, and I just throw a margin on it. Say you're looking at my proof 68 wheat cents. Those are like some of my favorite coins. They're for sale, but I don't want to sell them. And so, like today, somebody listed a proof 68 wheat cent. It was like I didn't have to think about it. I bought it instantly. That's pretty much, if someone lists a proof 68 wheat cent, I buy it. Those are like my favorite things to buy, other than like early proof wheat cents. And yeah, my goal is to buy all the proof wheat cents. It's going to take a little while. Andrew and Accredited Coins, they have said that they're gonna do the same thing here. So if you're wanting to buy any early proof coins, I would do it sooner than later, because we're going to try to buy them all up. We're going to start what we joke about as a proof mafia. Yeah, I put up the Flying Eagles. Like some of the rolls, I just didn't even get to price out. I did them for the show and just put 100 of them up. Most of the Flying Eagles, I spent between about $10 and $14. Some of them I got for really cheap. Some of them I actually spent more on. And so it's like I just need to go through those and like actually, I figured if someone threw me a decent price on the roll of Flying Eagle cents, that I'd kind of look through the roll, review the video, and just see what's up. Like I would probably I put stuff up for a price, and some stuff is just kind of my dream price. Sometimes people buy it up before I even can think twice of it. But yeah, at one time I had more Flying Eagle cents than pretty much everybody else on eBay combined. I had I think 4,000 of them listed, and there was only 2,000. And since then I've pretty much sold off everything. I maybe have about 1,000 of them left. And instead of putting them up all individually, I just put them up by the roll. I made it easy if someone wanted to buy out the rest. I've kind of gotten into buying certified coins. They're just easier to buy and sell. At some point, if I still have the Flying Eagles, I'm probably going to just try to make a deal with PCGS and have them grade or slab, because most of them are probably not, anything with a hole or heavy scratching is not going to grade. But I'd be happy to just have them in a slab. I could sell them for $20 all day, no matter what the condition is, in a PCGS slab. People just want the, know that it's genuine for the most part. Here's a nice example of a Liberty Air. It's a nice big fat one. Well, the only way to start buying the proofs is to start them. I wish I could I mean, you can bid on them. People put them up for auction and win one, put it up for twice what you paid for it, plus however much it'll cost you to ship and fees. Put it up, then you have it in your collection in your closet. If someone buys it and it sells, then you ship it out to them, and then you have money to buy one for twice as much. And then you buy another one at auction and put it up for twice the price plus shipping and fees. And you just keep doing that, and pretty soon you have 5 of them, pretty soon you have 10 of them. It's a little bit slower at first, but it's that's how most of my coins started. When I was collecting, I would buy an MS65 coin. I'd put it up for the price of an MS66. It would sell. I would buy an MS66. I'd put it up for the price of an MS67. It would sell. And it just, kind of snowballed like that. It took time. I've been buying coins for a long time. I think that is just damage. It looks a little bit pressed out. It's definitely not a cud. It doesn't come up. It goes in. Is this one from the 30s? Is this the oldest one we found? Not a great example. Yes, and that's what happens to me too, Sav. Say the 19 or the proof 68 wheat cents. Sometimes it'll be 3 years. People who have them don't list them for sale. And so it'll be 3 years sometimes before I see one come up for sale. I think that there might be a couple proof 68 cameos up there, but they're $500 plus. I generally don't spend more than $200 on a coin. I would pay more than $200 on a coin for a 1936 proof. There's a couple of exceptions that I would, but I just it's a lot harder for me to sell coins that are that expensive, and so I generally don't want to invest a bunch of money into coins that I'm gonna hold on to for a long time. as I love to hoard coins. I also need, this is my business, this is what I do for a living. And so if I'm going to hold on to a coin for 10 years, generally I want to be speculating on a coin for less value. Huh. Now let's zoom out here just so I can figure out what's going on with this, what we're looking at. Looks like super corroded here. Yes, no, it definitely happens. Like, you will get attached to coins. For a lot of coins, there are another coin that are like it out there that's the same grade or better. And so, like, sometimes some coins don't come up to market often. So those are the ones that it's like, you know, it's like if you sell it, it might be a few years before another one comes up, or you may never see another one come up for sale in a public auction. It is interesting. Like, you just never know. So this one looks like it has a Liberty Air as well. It's a little bit off to the side. We'll check the mint mark. I don't think we found a real RPM here in this first roll. We've got about 5 more coins here. It's like, see, this one like kind of looks split. But then there's like massive damage to the bottom. And then I feel like I can see a bunch of places on the top where it looks kind of dented too. But like underneath the north serif, like almost kind of looks like it's split. But there's also a lot of like kind of junk there, and that could just exaggerate what is just a little bit of damage. I'm not going to call it an RPM, I'm just going to keep moving. You're still in the lead? Uh-oh. You're going to be the new owner. That 1936 proof you're referencing is his? Isn't it like $1,000? Isn't it on sale now? Like, I'm definitely getting offers on it, but it's like, you know, since I just bought that coin not so long ago, I think people can still see the pricing on it. So everyone's like sending me like prices for like $10 less than I paid for it. And I definitely understand why they're sending me offers for it, because I think there's a lot of value in the coin. But it's like, I can't buy a coin and then pay 10% fees on it, 10% promoted listing fee, and then ship it and PayPal, like, and then sell it for $10 less. I would not have any coins if I did that all the time. Sweet, that's nice of you, accredited coins. Hook up Sav. Let me get some coffee here. If that doesn't wake me up, nothing will. It's going to be a long stream. Going to get super caffeinated for you guys. Caffeine's still legal, right? Want to check. Someone selling proof sets on Amazon? We should sell some proof sets on Amazon. That sounds like a good idea. I don't know why I haven't, I have a Amazon sellers account, but I have not used it, and like there's some vetting process or something like that to sell on Amazon. They don't just let anybody sell, like you have to have like, you know, coin business references and stuff. I mean, I've been selling on eBay. I have 100% positive feedback, and like, I don't even know how many thousand feedback now. A lot. So I'm pretty sure I'd qualify for it. I guess I didn't want to spread my inventory over too, but there's like no coins over there. Like it's like, and everything is like 10 times the price. I should be over there. Same thing, like I checked out, I think it was like Bonanza, and it seemed like, there was, basically it seemed like all the coins that have a difficult time selling on eBay are on Bonanza now. I feel like we saw this 1957D, where there was just like this little like chicken beak up at the top. It was like kind of like a chicken head D. I feel like we saw this one last week, and I was like, is this an RPM? And I just don't know. I guess that's not horrible though. I mean, $12 for a mint set, that's not, yes, you can get them for cheaper. But by the time you're shipping something, Amazon also takes, I think, like 14% fees. It's not the cheapest. All right, here we've got another. This one may be damaged here, but it's kind of interesting. It's like flattened. It kind of looks like it's probably a pavement penny. Yeah, I do not think that this is an error. It looked more interesting. It almost looked like the lines were all like perfectly straight, which they kind of are. We'll take a look at the reverse. I think that this one is just damaged. Nice. I like those, I like the modern proofs that are just like crazy colors. Alright, looks like this. I'm opening up another roll here. We'll see what this one looks like. There was a nice bright shiny happy coin, so maybe these will be a little bit better quality. I think that this one had a K. I think I had a K on the top. I know it's like, you're like, you sure that's a K? But I think the first one was an E, so I think most of these should be a little bit better quality coins. Just, kind of like almost AU. Some of them might be like possibly BU. And some of them might be cleaned and some might be trash. Only one way to find out. Nothing in the first roll. Well, we did have that one. Seems like my microscope is like migrating. And I'm too caffeinated now. I'm knocking coins left and right. Alright. Nothing there. Zoom back out. Here, give me 1 second, I'm getting bombarded by notifications. One more second. Sorry, guys. Yay. Good news. Okay. Sounds like somebody wants to buy a set and wants me to go through and complete the best set that I can make from my coins. Sounds like a dangerous proposition. I don't know, it always sounds good, but then it's like, when people build a set, when people buy coins, everybody looks for something different. Everyone wants, it's like I get people who say like something like, hey, can you, I see you have a bunch of this one coin, can you look through them all? Tell me which one is the best one, and then what the cheapest you can sell it for is. You know, it sounds like the person's super interested in buying a coin. Every time someone's ever said something like that to me, they either don't buy the coin after I spend a bunch of time, or they get the coin and then they say, I don't like the coin, I want to send it back. Like generally when someone says something like that, it's, I know right off the bat I'm never going to please them. Hey Veronica Horton, welcome. Yeah, we're back looking at some wheat pennies, hopefully find some errors. But at the same time, somebody wanting to complete a collection, you know, that is a nice offer. So this one looks a little bit interesting here. It kind of looks like there's a notch at the bottom. Almost, I don't know, like the top of it looks a little interesting. The bottom, oh, I almost feel like I can see a split at the top at this angle. Why don't we flip it over? Sometimes that does the trick. It's just weird because the splits almost look like they're more on the side of the coin rather than the top. Maybe they got dinged by something. Like maybe the top is flattened a little bit. But I think that might be an RPM there. Maybe we'll check out the date here, see if there's similar things going on with it. It looks like it's been flattened as well. If they need a 5-figure, okay, yeah, I don't have a satin, let alone a 5-figure satin. I'm gonna put that one to the side. What was the date on that? 55D. It's like I feel like when I haven't been doing the air hunting with the wheat cents here, it's sometimes like, I don't know, it's like I like the RPMs where you just look at the coin and you're like, awesome, RPM. And some of them it just feels like I have to be like, is it? And it's like I want to find ones that I can just see right off the bat that, like, you know, anybody watching here could just be like, well, what's that? That looks cool. And I know not all RPMs do that, and some of them can be valuable even when they don't do that. I feel like generally, like, different kind of errors, like the more visible they are, you know, makes them more desirable. But then, you know, like a combination of the more visible and the more rare that they are, I feel like those are two kind of keys that make certain errors more valuable than each other. You know, add a good story to it, and that's even better. How are you doing tonight, Veronica Horton? Sorry, I know I welcomed you, but I'm not sure if I asked how your night was going. I think this is our first estimate of the night. Hopefully it won't be our last, because I honestly have a lot better luck finding RPMs with S-mints than Ds. Looks like we've got a little crack there. Some kind of nice luster on the reverse of this. A little bit of a light toning, some kind of pink and purples. Gosh, YouTube makes it so hard. You guys are working. It's like, I miss YouTube where like you could just like do go to channel. I mean, did it allow you to do emails in it before? I really feel like it should be like a channel's decision whether they, you know, like I feel like they should be able to like hook it up. I don't mind people talking at all. I don't mind, you know, as long as everybody's being nice to each other. That's the only thing that like that I care about, is just people being nice to each other in chat. Otherwise, pretty much anything goes. You know, nothing that will get my channel banned, please, though. Kind of looks like the L is disappearing into the rim here. So I'm guessing, yeah, it looks like the 3 is kind of getting pushed. It kind of has some doubling to it. A nice example of a later state die, just where everything is getting just pounded. Kind of an interesting line going down the reverse here as well. These coins always confused me a lot, because like say if I like zoom in towards here, you know, it's like it'll kind of look like there's like doubling, but it's just everything is getting pushed, it's getting flattened out. Have a good night, metal detecting with Austin Simpson. Get some good sleep. Did you make a video of your metal detecting find? I'm assuming you may have, because you have a channel with metal detecting. If so, I'll try to check that out. But it sounded like you found a nice spot today. So have a good night anyway, though. Thanks for stopping by. So I'm trying to even get to the rim here. Looks like a partial L. There's still an L there, though. It's kind of interesting. A little tiny die chip maybe to the west side of the bottom of the L. Forget why I'm zoomed in here still. Check to see if there's a mint mark on here. I almost feel like we could stay zoomed in a little bit closer. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. I enjoy watching metal detecting videos. It's just, it's like treasure hunting. I mean, it really is. You know, it's kind of like roll hunting, except for like, not only could you find a coin, but you could find anything. In my case, I usually find like very large, heavy chunks of metal. The most valuable thing I think I found on my property was one of the 4 corner posts, or like, you know, like a little metal pole that was placed to like do property boundaries. So while it may not seem valuable, nobody knew where the property boundaries were when I bought the property. So now I have a little bit better. I know one of the corners now, which is valuable to me. Found a couple coins. Found a lot of copper, just a lot of like copper pipe pieces and stuff. And got a lot of dangerous things that were just like half sticking out of the ground out. And I should probably do that. I should flatten everything down and I want to do just one big kind of like just check out the whole yard. Like I've just filled up like recycling bin after recycling bin full of like metal. I found like a redwood stump that's like 20 feet tall and it's just filled with glass and metal. If it's really cool because everything in it like is totally like 1960s older for the most part, but it's some crazy stuff. Like most of it will be all rusted and kind of burned, and then I'll pull out like a beer can that like still has all the lettering on it. So it's kind of cool. So it's seeming like so far most of these coins in this roll, you know, they just have a little bit of mint luster left. They're a little bit better than the average coin that I would have found searching through 5,000 count unsearched bags of wheat cents, which every time I say that I always want to say, don't buy 5,000 count bags of unsearched wheat cents, especially on eBay, because they are pre-constructed bags, mostly 40s, 50s, with just a couple kind of, you know, there'll be like one or two higher grade coins that have like damage on them, basically taking their value away. You know, maybe they'll toss in an Indian head cent that like is damaged. You know, you can, if you have a brand new book, you'll fill in most of your 40s and 50s, and then you'll have a couple of damaged coins to go in with the dates. But, you know, basically it's bullion. It's, you know, they're not worth much as coins anymore. So I feel like we found a couple of these as well. I don't think that these, I don't know, I found like three of these 52Ds that just like, it's like there's a notch out of the bottom of the corner. And I don't think it's an RPM. I think that they are just, there is like a chunk of that die, like a chunk of that mint mark was just taken out somewhere in the minting process. I'll put that one off to the side. They definitely kind of look like an RPM. And so we did have a contest. One of the Cash PayPal giveaways did end last night. Maybe instead of starting early today, I could have like had Gleam choose the winner. But tomorrow for sure I'll have Gleam pick a winner. And so I'll be posting that. Hopefully it's someone on the stream here. I know it's open to anybody in the world. But hopefully it'll be somebody with a familiar name. But I'll have Gleam.io pick the winner so that I have nothing to do with picking the winner. A little bit, definitely better looking 1946p here. You know, it's like it's probably a brown coin, if not an AU though. I'm not quite focused. Yeah, I'd say there's some wear, some definite wear on his cheek and his face here. A little bit on the fields too. Basically there was like a giant hole in the top of the stump, and then somebody just started throwing, maybe it was a game, started like throwing glass bottles, metal bottles, just throwing them in, and wow, they disappear. I don't have to go to the dump anymore. This is awesome. And then it looked like everything would kind of spill out the bottom, and so it looked like they like set fires. and would basically just use the stump to like burn all their trash in. So, and so I was like pulling out all the glass and metal, and just like every time I would like fill up the trash can, I would like go and like basically I was trying to recycle all the stuff, but then it was just like all the dirt I was realizing was just like burnt trash. It was just like disgusting. And so I figured it was probably all the plastic and all the stuff that burned. So I was like, I need to get rid of this. And so I've just been like shoveling whatever I can fit into an empty trash can or the full trash can after, and just kind of not fun. Hello, Paul Hampton. Welcome. Here, wait, let's go back, because Paul, I want you to see one of the coins we found earlier. Like, you were someone that I was saving this one for in case somebody with a little bit more knowledge came in. So, it's like on the front of this one, kind of looks like partially off-center, kind of like a partial collar strike. You know, it looked interesting to me. How's your night going, Paul? So, but the front isn't really what was interesting about the coin. Yeah, it's like a redwood pinata of weird stuff. And like, I kind of wanted to find someone with like antique knowledge, or like who enjoyed, you know, finding old like cans and stuff, because there's so much old stuff in it. So I guess this is what was interesting to me, Paul, is that it kind of looks like it has a reeded edge. I did put a dime on it. The dime pretty much goes to, like, you can kind of see a line in between the wheat cent and the edge, and it kind of goes right about in the middle, kind of like you can see where the light shines off. You know, this is, you know, penny size. This is bigger than a dime. But they looked real. Like, it doesn't look like all of the little round parts are the same size, but it doesn't look man-made to me. I'm not sure why they're so bright. And I'm assuming this isn't like 100 cuds. And so I thought maybe like a penny or like a dime got, you know, maybe like that's the reading of a dime pushed into it. I can try to give you a better view. You know, Sev was here, and I think Accredited Coins were here, and we were looking at it, and just, you know, I feel like there is a slight depression in between the wheat ear. It's like I can't even quite think of what it, you know, it's like, is it a dime? Is it like, you know, like it kind of reminds me of a wheat or a Indian head cent. It just looks cool. And it's like, I feel like it's not perfectly symmetrical, but it doesn't look man-made. Like, I've definitely seen ones where it looked like someone just filed it. And I don't think it's been tooled. And it's like, you know, it's like I saw the front and I was like, oh, this looks cool. And then I was like, wait, this is something totally different. Oh, you want to see the edge? Do you want to see... Oh, the edge. Here, let me, Is it gonna let me do it? This coin's pretty circulated, I'm not worried about. And so, like, I feel like it's like slightly beveled, but not as much so as I would think it would be. Almost looks like the edges of the rim stick out, like the center of the rim is like a little, goes down a little bit. Yeah, it was like I was like, is this a partial color strike or is this just like ever so slightly off struck? Um, Here, let me even see if I can find the part that's doubled so we can try to check that out on the rim. I always like it, like looking at the coins on this angle, or like looking at the, lettering from like a side view, just seeing how far it actually sticks up off the coin. It's like, because most of the time we're just looking at it flat on. Yeah, it's grooved just slightly. I don't think I have a scale. I used to have a digital scale for my gold, but I sold it with my last gold. So I don't have a digi, unfortunately. Not something that could go to like hundredth of a gram anyway. Huh. Okay, hold on. I'm checking the eBay. I see a message from you, Sav. Whoa. Struck on silver. That is pretty cool. Yeah, I'll take one of those, Sav. Cool. Hold on. Let me get back to you guys. Was there more than one message? I just saw the silver 1943 there. Whoa. This one had some unexpected kind of toneness to it. And the other coin is right there. I just figured we could think about the other coin for a second while we look through some others. What's going on with this one? Is that a lamination error? It would be a sick coin. If that was $50, I would 100% pick it up without thinking about it. Um, I definitely like $200 is generally the most I will spend on a coin. Someday when I have lots and lots of money to burn on all ends of the spectrum, I will be picking up coins like that, and they'll probably be well out of my price range. But yeah, that's the last staple. That's a cool coin. Like that's definitely a coin, Sav, that you make a YouTube video about. You know, find this rare coin, you'll be rich. Yeah, I think the other coin, Paul, I believe would weigh out. It looked like it would weigh out as a normal. It felt like a normal size coin. To me, it looks like it's copper. There's nothing to me that I feel like would imply that it wouldn't be a normal coin. I feel like it's just had something happen. I feel like something happened at the mint. It's only 5K, right? No, I get it. But for 5K right now, I could buy out pretty much all the 1936 proofs on eBay, except for mine and accredited coins. and then Accredited Coins would be super happy, and then I could sell one of those 1936 proofs, and then I could buy that beautiful coin, and then sell another one and buy, you know, a copper one. And what was I? Okay, Liberty error on this one. It's like nothing. Yeah, I think I've only paid more than $200 on like 3 or 4 coins, like ever. I hope to be able to change that in the future. I just can't do it yet. I love the peer pressure though. Keep trying. You may get me. You need to tell me why. Tell me what's the reason why this one is the one. And was that one, was it genuine? On a dime planchet. So what, it was a silver dime planchet. So it was a silver dime planchet and it was struck. Here, I guess if I'm going to be looking at this, why don't I go like this? So yeah, this is the one that Seth was sending an email to me. Hopefully it comes up on here okay. So it looks like it's a silver dime planchet, and it's a steel, you know, it's a 1943 steel cent, but looks really cool. And so it's AU 55. So definitely keep an eye out for things like this, people. You know, I guess it doesn't offer it. It looks like my screen a little. I can't see what my screen's gonna look like until I do things for you guys. So here, we'll go back. But yeah, this is the view that I used to use for like tutorials and stuff. I would have to set it up better here for you guys in the future, but let's go back. And I think it's okay if I'm going on eBay and stuff like that. I'd like to, you know, when we're looking for things, be able to go on copper coins and stuff. Here, actually, I need to, something unexpected is happening. Give me like 1 minute. You guys can laugh. I just drank so much coffee. I will be right back. Alright, everybody still there? I'm assuming everybody left. Only $2.19 a month. Alright, here, let's go back. But I should do, maybe I should do like some streams as well, going on eBay here and just like buying out categories on eBay live. You know, I'll buy that beautiful silver penny here in the future, but I think I'd like to go on eBay and just like buy out entire categories live for you guys. Just kind of show you how it's done. Yeah, it would definitely be fun. Like, I mean, I'd love to do like streams where we just like go and bid on everything. But I feel like it's possible I could get in trouble on eBay. Like, I feel like there's like some sort of things that can be like collusion if people work together bidding or something, or like, hey, I'll bid on this, you don't bid on that. I don't know exactly what the rules are. I know you can't bid on your own stuff, that's for sure. Um, I mean, I'm not going to bid on my own stuff, but I don't see why, you know, two people in a room be like, oh, you want that? Okay, you get that, I'll get the next one. I don't see why people can't do that, but I don't know. And so I don't know what you're, like, I did streams where I bid on stuff, but I waited till that, like the day after everything had ended to post them. But I don't see why I can't just like make a video of like buying a bunch of coins on eBay. Like, what will we get? Seems like it would be fun. There's one for 7K. I did do one kind of like that. Um, I think it was like kind of like like it was like a tips video of how to find deals. I just kind of like, you know, went through, you know, how I select coins to bid, like, you know, basically what I do to bid on coins. Usually once a day, will go through all the coins for a 24-hour period. Usually I'll do it first thing in the morning with a coffee. It's kind of interesting little chunk up there, but I'll go through the next 24 hours worth of coins. Anything that I have interest in, I will watch. And then as coins go up above the threshold of what I'm wanting to pay for them, so that almost looks like it was struck on like a die chip or something, or I don't know, for some reason it doesn't look like a normal filled 3. But then I will drop coins off when they go over a threshold. Some stuff that I only kind of want, I'll kind of bid it up. And then if it goes, I'll kind of bid it past the threshold of what I would want to pay for it. And then it kind of like, it leaves just a few coins that I really want for the day. And I'll usually bid them up just to kind of discourage anyone else's interest in them. Just so that someone isn't hanging around all day thinking that, oh, I'm going to get this $100 coin for 20 bucks. I will bid it up a little bit. So that, I don't know, just so that there's nothing for free, but I'll pretty much go through about 10,000 coins in the morning, just like kind of glance, whatever, you know, all the ones on auction and all the ones that, I'll look through all the buy it nows. And so then, like, for that one, I think I like talked about, you know, like why I would bid on this one or why I wouldn't. You know, there's a lot of good coins on eBay, but just because they're a good coin, they might not be the right price. And so some of them are good coins, but they're just really hard to resell. Like some coins, like it doesn't even matter, I swear, what the price is. It's just people want them, and they're willing to pay whatever they're up there for. NGC 1943 still sent, 65% off center. Sounds good. That's the interesting thing too, is like there are a lot of really cool unique coins, and then a lot of them are really expensive. And then it's also like how many people are actually, you know, a lot of people are coin collectors, but how many of them are serious coin collectors, how many of them are air collectors? You know, it's like, say that like silver coin, that one almost looked like it probably belonged in a museum. Like that was pretty unique. I don't know how many of them they've found like that. I can definitely understand how a dime planchet could get into the steel sense, or how a steel planchet could have gone into getting struck by a dime die. I can definitely see how it happened. I mean, I feel like anyway they would look kind of similar. I think this one has some ink on it. Um, One thing you can do, I'm just trying to think. Um, you know, if you have a nice camera, you can take a photo of all the coins kind of in one place. Um, I don't know, it's hard because none of the dates, the 1931, I would say, is the best date that you posted there. A 1931 P, D, or S. Those are all good. Um, you know, like none of, that's definitely the best date. So like that would probably be the one if there was any money in it. Um, 1931 is a key date. I feel like 1931D is practically a key date as well. I feel like a lot of the times I see the 1931Ds actually go for more, even though 1931S is like supposed to be a key date. I feel like the 31Ds are oftentimes in better condition. But yeah, that's one thing. Like it's like before I started doing graded coins, um, I would type in, you know, the date and mint mark. You know, so it's like here we have the mint mark. You know, so it's like if you type in 1958 D, you know, this one, you can kind of see what coins of the date and mint sell for if you go to the sold section. Um, but it's like, you know, that's why I have a lot of these coins is I was just like, what are they worth? Are they worth money? And, you know, these were the ones that looked way better than the average coin. You know, it's like I have, you know, it's like if we go to this, like say this one here is a 1941S. Um, and so this is a 1941S. It is, it's been graded by PCGS and it's a mint state 66 red. So this is, PCGS values this in their guide at $45. Um, and so, you know, if you had a 58D or something like that, it would probably be valued between like 15 and $20. Um, and so for most coins in the 40s and 50s, for them to be worth grading, most of them are not worth getting graded. Like, this was probably graded because someone was hoping to get a 67. But to get a coin, you know, graded like this in a slab, it's most often going to cost someone about $30 to get it slabbed. It might even cost more than that if you're just having it. That's like if you had multiple coins sent in. But say like the 1931, even if it was a 1931, that's a better date. If it was, I don't think I have any like kind of mid, maybe if we find one in here, but if it's got, like, I guess the question is, you know, does it have any mint luster on it? Like here, if we look at this 1958D, there's some red showing on it, some original red mint luster. But most of it's gone. The only places you kind of see it are around the higher devices, aka the lettering, and the date. Maybe a little bit around the edges here. So this coin is probably brown. It's probably not even mint state. You know, we can see Somewhere on Lincoln here we can see a little bit of damage. So it's like, I feel like this coin would be AU, and it might have some damage on it. But like, I feel like once a 1931 is about AU, it's not going to be worth getting graded. It's probably going to be worth like less than $10. Check email. I'll check it in 1 second. Hold on. Welcome to checking my email on eBay, where you'll watch me check my email on eBay live. It'll be fun. Did you find some more coins? So I hope that helps a little bit. Pretty much, like, once you get to a certain grade, it is definitely not worth getting coins graded by PCGS. I feel like most people's general rule about getting a coin graded is that it should be worth like more than like 100. Some people say like $200. You know, if you have a coin that's worth $100 and it's graded, you're gonna be able to get your $100 for it a lot easier, but you're gonna spend $30 to get your $100. But it's gonna be easy to sell it. It's like, it's really interesting. I don't know, like, getting coins graded is weird. Like, I really want to do bulk grading. I have bought a ton of coins kind of like to get ready to start doing bulk grading. If you get coins graded in quantities of 100 or more, you can get down to about $12 to get a coin graded. Probably with shipping and tax, it's probably more about $16. But it's like, that's kind of where I'm headed. I'm wanting to send in kind of like the best of the best. And it's not really, you know, the coins I'm talking about getting graded are better than the ones we're looking at here tonight, for sure. You know, they would hopefully look more like the ones that we're, you know, that slabbed coin that I was just showing you. Right, no mint mark on this one. And so, I mean, basically, like, when trying to determine a coin's value, I would say, the first thing you want to do is determine the date and the mint. This one, it's been cleaned, but it kind of looks like there's a lamination error going across here. There's just like a streak of metal, almost looks like it wanted to peel up here, but it's stayed on the coin. It's like with the cleaning here, it's kind of hard to see. It kind of goes straight up this way. It might continue all the way through the coin. Barely saw it. But the first things that you want to do to determine a coin's value is find out the date and the mint of the coin. And then if you see, like, say for, like, I keep using 1958D for example though, but you know, for basically a coin that's red with a little bit of damage on it, there's so many of them. It's like basically like a quarter to a dollar coin, but then there's so many, if you can even get that quarter for $1. And so it's like, is it worth selling? And so, you know, you should be able to find out pretty much like what the bottom value is, or what the highest value for a coin of that date and mint is. And then if it's, you know, you can check mintages and populations and stuff of coins. You can find out which ones had low mintages. But for the ones that you listed in 1931, that would be the best date that I could see. You know, a really high grade red, beautiful 1926 or 27. Those, you know, I've bought ones that were worth as much as $100. I'm guessing that it's, you know, and that's like probably at like MS64 red, MS65 red, where it's pretty much like a solid red coin that has a couple little tiny imperfections in it. Let me just write down this before I forget. Alright, 1943 copper nickel. Alright, give me 1 second, I'll check out what you are talking about here. Was this one a joke? Alright, let's take a look at this one. So this is a nice Etsy auction here. I'm not sure what's, so $5,000. I don't know about this one, Sav. Non-graded. It could be a deal. It's only got 15 hours left. I better buy it now. Alright, back to the show. Yeah, definitely. If you are buying an air coin, definitely, especially for $5,000, buy a certified one. If it was real, somebody would have gotten it certified to authenticate it, to add to its provenance and value for sure. I don't know. I'm sure that people put up their, super awesome air coins not knowing what they are. Sometimes like, air coin, what's it worth? 99 cents, and someone buys it, or it's an auction and it only gets one bid. I think we have a slightly older one here. 1912, no mint mark. Quite a bit of wear, but it doesn't have any like major damage on it, and you can read everything, which makes it a lot nicer than the average coin. I think it will stay on this roll here, but pretty nice coin. Yeah, definitely the older coins get, generally the rougher the condition will be. Like one of the machines that I have to sort coins, you can, it's called a Rydale coin sorter, and you can put like an older coin in it, and because they're so worn, you can basically separate older wheat cents from the newer ones, or you can separate them, if you have like a ton of pennies, it'll just like separate everything. I think it's like 18,000 coins an hour, or like even more than that, I'm not sure. Like I was just able to dump bank boxes into the thing as fast as I could, and it separated them, which normally if you go through like a bank box, it takes a long time. But it's funny because when you have a machine do it for you, you miss things like this. This one I'm pretty sure is an RPM here. It's kind of flattened, but it kind of has that chicken head, for lack of, I'm going to call it a chicken head RPM. I feel like we found two of these today, like one that had a top that looked like this and one that had a bottom that looked like this. But this one looks pretty cool here. I'm trying to see, is that like, I think that's just some debris in there. There's something like kind of a weird mark underneath the 9 there. So what is this, a 52D? Yeah, I think the other one that we had, I think the bottom was smashed and the top looked like that, and I was like, is this an RPM? I'm not sure. But this one looks like an RPM to me. We'll zoom back out, look at the condition. I think that's the first one that I felt like, yes, that is definitely an RPM. I need to message Chuck and see if it's okay if I go because I feel like it would like send people to his website, but I also understand that he spent a long time building his website, and he's got his own channel, and I feel like he would appreciate me showing his channel off on my channel, but I want to have permission to, because I know that his channel is, or like Copper Coins anyway, is like copyrighted, and so I don't know. It's like he spent a lot. If I had a website, I'd be showing you my website, that's for sure. But I don't have a website like his, so I want to show his so that it's a really good place to learn about coins. So let's see, in 1953, we've got no. Here, I'm going to move that one back over here so that we can take a look at the RPMs at the end or anything really cool. I definitely learned a valuable lesson tonight, not to drink. That one looks like it might be cool too. It might be damage under the D, but not to drink a ton of coffee. I guess I know the consequences of drinking a bunch of coffee before, late at night, but definitely not decide to like pound multiple cups of coffee on stream here. I don't think I'd had to leave the chair. So kind of we have another RPM here. Maybe this was a partial, well, yeah. I don't think that's machine damage. That looks pretty cool. Alright, let's look just to see. There kind of looks like there's a little bit, not much machine damage up on the date there. I think that's an RPM too. It's like a D to the south. What's this one? What is it, Sev? So I'll take a nice little like pile of RPMs in a roll any day. I mean, that one's totally visible, like I'm pretty sure you guys can all see that there. Like, I mean, that's a nice RPM when you can see it when you're not even zoomed in. Oh, did you see the last one? Graded by PCGS and actually worth $1,500. Okay, now you got my interest, Sev. That's how you do an intro. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. We got two. I'm going to entertain Sev here. Check this out. Wait a second. This link brings me to a Russian troll farm. What's going on? Oh, my browser. It's taken over. Oh no, what's it downloading? No, Sev, what'd you do? Oh wait, it's okay. It went to eBay. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Is that gold? $17.95. You guys will have to wonder what I'm looking at now. The last two were RPMs. Sweet. Well, and I'm glad that I found that other one that didn't have the damage on it, because I found 2 or 3 other ones that looked just like the first RPM. But they had damage to the bottom part of it to where I couldn't see what the bottom looked like. And they looked like the top looks exactly like the other one. Ooh, I can feel the caffeine. Feels good. So I think the 1 here is just damaged. The 2 does look like it has a line going all the way through the center. Maybe it's just the light there. Alright, we shall move on. Was it $1 million? Somehow I didn't notice it that high. I believe it though. That looked like a pretty sweet coin of gold, turn of the century, or like a practically birth of the country. Right, we've got an interesting line going straight through the coin. We have a filled B. It's like struck through like a thread of. Let's see what the reverse looks like. A little bit of that beveled edge. Little die crack at the top. I'm not sure what that line is. I mean, it looks like it's like a very thin, like line impression. Look, it went all the way to the top. There it is. I just don't know what exactly that is. I feel like I've seen similar. Did I lose it? I don't know. It almost looks like it's like a struck through, like just like something very small, like and perfectly straight. Or maybe it was like an edge, like a guiding edge to the planchette sheet or something before they were cut. I'm not exactly sure. It looked interesting to me though. Alright, let's see, there's an RPM, so we'll check this one out before we zoom out. Maybe a little lamination, something in the planchette though. I would maybe not do that. The seller may block you, and in the future you may want to buy that coin, and then they'll be like, "Sorry, I blocked you." Like sometimes sellers like they get like a bunch of stuff or a bunch of kind of unwanted attention for stuff, and they'll just every time you send a message to them, they'll for a coin like that they'll probably be getting a notification, and they might not appreciate getting what if it's 1 o'clock on the East Coast. They might not. I don't know if that was on the East Coast or not. Maybe a little bit of lamination, something in the planchette though. Maybe something like, "Hey, nice coin, would you settle on $1 million?" Was that like one of the top 10 most expensive coins on eBay? Because like sometimes when I look at these Bs, the B just looks gigantic. Like if you look at the I compared to the B goes above the I, it goes below it. It's like, I don't know, like this B is like bigger than all the other letters here. I definitely see these, like, these Liberties with these giant B's on them, and I'm like, why is it so big? It's not worth 15,000. Well, how many of those are there? And I mean, PCGS might not have updated the price on the coin. Like, it might, maybe one hasn't come up for sale in a long time. Did it have, okay, it has a make an offer. I mean, they could just be doing it just to say, like, hey, check out this awesome coin. It is an awesome coin. Like, 1795 gold in really nice condition. Like, there's nothing not to like about it. I just sold my 1796 penny. I think it was yesterday, maybe. I felt kind of sad. I have one more, I think. Otherwise, I would have been selling it out. But I think I sold it for like $300, but it was nowhere near the condition of that coin. This one looks like, it's like if you look at the 3 here, it's kind of got like a ghost 3. These always remind me of the 1955 Poor Man double die. Because there's light doubling. Like the B there looks kind of or the I there looks kind of doubled. But when you see like this kind of shadow lettering, chances are you're gonna see what looks like a lot of double. Just the die is really worn. There's kind of like some die cracking, maybe some die chipping on here. Some kind of added down at the bottom. That I usually don't see it quite like that. I think I'm going to flip this one just for the wheat ear there. Okay, so that one was a planchet error. Thanks, Paul. Oh, PCGS says 1.5 million. Yeesh. That is an expensive coin. So I think I wanted to look at the eye on this one as well, even though I pretty much know it's just machine damage from like die deterioration. Look at that eye. Look at the L. That one just looked like it had a lot of die chips on the verse. Bumblebee. It kind of almost looks like there is a split serif at the bottom here, but I think it's just at least it looks like it's been damaged right above it. So we'll keep on moving on. But it's nice now that we have that other RPM, that when I find the other ones I can match it to it. And even if they have damage on half of the mint mark, I'll be able to like figure out if, I know that's always the funny thing, it's like, hey, this one's an RPM, you can tell by the die markers. But the coin has been damaged, so you can't actually see the RPM. I mean, did the coin have an RPM on it? Yes, but is it still there? I don't know, those ones are funny to me. It's kind of funny that the two RPMs that we found were like back to back in the center of a roll. So I think we've got about 5 more coins in this roll, and I do have some more rolls. So we'll be moving on to another roll, which could mean that we're looking at it could be all the same, it could be something completely different. There's no mint mark on this one, but we'll just take a little look-see before we zoom back out. Does anybody have any fun plans for the weekend? I think I might do some extra streams this weekend. Definitely gonna have the normal scheduled stream for tomorrow night. We may do another Coin Vault has opened episode like this, just kind of the traditional coin concentrate show. I do have like 10 more mint cello rolls, and some of them are proof and some are business strike from the 60s, and then I have a lot of proof mint rolls, mint cellos. I think I have maybe 1,000, 2,000 proof wheat cents. Excuse me. And so I'll be going through those at some point. Most of those are ones that I'm wanting to get graded. It just seems like almost all of them are in really good condition, and I just like to have them all thrown in slabs. I don't know. We'll see. Nice. Yeah, it's more of a when a die gets really really worn, the devices kind of get flattened, and they kind of have to like hit, like the machine I feel like has to hit the coin harder to make an impression, and it just ends up pushing everything out towards the edges of the coin. And so in that case, with the outer devices, which the higher devices are like the date and the different lettering, but as you move towards the edge of the coin, the stuff on the edge starts to get pushed towards the edge. So in that case, the 3 was on the very edge, and so that's why it got kind of like, it looked kind of like a double. But it was actually the 3 just getting like smushed and pushed outward. This one might be an RPM. There does look like there is a split on the bottom of the serif. Maybe turn it over and we can check out the top of the mint mark. It looks like there's something on this coin. It's like some honey or something. I'm lost. Let's see if we can find it. I think I have to come from the other angle. Can we zoom in? I don't know, I'm not sold on the top. We'll try the side. And it's making me less sold on the bottom, not being able to find it on the top. Ah, the top of my head, it's gone. Yeah, that silver dollar definitely went for a lot of money, Sev. It's like I think I have like 7 or 8 19 or 1794 cents, and I just hope that the hype of the $1794 just kind of carries on to all the pennies and all the other coins. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I see a split in the serif on the bottom, And I feel like I can imagine if it's really, really high on this one that there's one on the top. But I'm not sure. We'll put it to the side. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Veronica. I wish you a good night. Hopefully see you in the future. I think we have 1930. No, it's a 55. Hey, Super Silverman. Welcome. Good to see you. How are you doing tonight? We have a mystery coin here that I think we're still trying to figure out if you care to take a look. I think it's this one right here. So this one on the front, on the front it looks kind of like a partial shoulder strike and maybe a little bit off center. And then on the reverse, it kind of looks like it has kind of like a reeded edge or something reeded, left an impression on it when it was struck. But it looks pretty cool. So just wanted to show you that, and anyone else who is just joining. I'll zoom in here for a second. I feel like it definitely does not look man-made, but I feel like the edge is not perfect. And it's like kind of shiny. Power's out. No, no, no. I'm sorry to hear that. 3 hours of blackness. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we have an 100%. It looks like, slightly off center and like a partial collar strike. But then there's just a third thing going on with it too, which I just don't know. It looks like we found a couple definite RPMs, and then a couple that are a little bit confusing. I'll zoom in on the mint mark on this one. My proof, 1953. I think it was the highest grade one that I'd ever seen on eBay. I think there may be other ones. That one, if it's the highest grade one I have, it's in my registry set. And I think I got tired of getting a new registry coin and then having it sell. So it's available if somebody wants to sell it, or if someone wants to buy it. Is it a proof 67 plus? Is that what it is? Sorry, I should know my own registry coins. I think that was the plan here, is to try to hit 4,000 tonight. But I think I was like 150 hours or 170 hours. I can check. But it kind of only updates one, and sometimes it feel like it goes up and then it goes down. And so here, let me check that if I can. Where'd it go? I have like 5 eBay tabs open all of a sudden. I think it was all those. Yeah, no, it says I'm like still like farther than 200. I don't know. I thought I was going to update here, but it doesn't look like. So I'm going to open up another roll here. I want to hit 4K this weekend if possible. I know there's no way to do it, and I feel like it was going up and down and up and down, and it seems like it's making it harder and harder and harder to get. It's like really vetting me out. Like I feel like all week, like I was like, oh, I'll be at 4K by the end of this weekend, and then it's like then that was like last weekend, and then it's continued through the week. It just keeps being a little bit less every night, but yeah, it feels like more and more people are watching, and so I don't get it. And I feel like YouTube like really makes you, you know, it's like you think you're gonna get there, and then they're like, no, work harder, work harder. And so I'm trying. I figure if I do some extra streams this weekend, we can get there though. That's the plan. Oh, it's a Proof 68. Yeah, I think I've only seen one Proof 68 Sev. Um, I think I had a 1955 one, and I think I sold that for like 800. But 53s are a lot harder to come by than a 55. I mean, I think if you look at the registry, like, and like see how many there are, there's not more. It's like, I feel like the Proof 68 wheat cents, I feel like there's something that like PCGS doesn't, they haven't updated, like, I feel like PCGS, like, they don't update the prices of the really high grade coins until there's like been like steady sales of them, but when things don't come up to market for sale often, I feel like they don't get updated. But basically I'm speculating on some coins. Like, I feel like a bunch of like the early Proof memorials and the Proof wheat cents, I feel like they're way undervalued. If I'm wrong, I'm going to end up holding on to a bunch of coins for a long time that I love, and that's cool. But if I'm right, hopefully it will pay off. I've definitely put a lot of money there because that's where I see things. That's where I see things going up in the future. Hey, have a good night, Sev Weber. Thanks so much for joining tonight. Hope to see you again in the future, and thanks for the links to those coins there. It's like sometimes when a coin is like $1 million on eBay, I don't even stop and look at it because I'm just like, I don't want to look at it. I can't afford that. But sometimes it's just nice to like stop by and like look at stuff. Oh, well, that's the thing for NGC. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I know that they're both, but it's like when I look at Proof wheat cents with NGC, like I wouldn't pay a PCGS Proof 66 price for a 68 NGC. Like when I look at a Proof 66 PCGS Proof wheat cent, sorry, yeah, when I look at a 66 PCGS, they usually look better than a Proof 68 NGC. I don't know why, because I mean, it blew my mind. I was like, wow, wait, you can get like a Proof 67 for like under $20, and then I looked at them and they looked like Proof 64s, and then I was like, wait, there's Proof 68s here for $30. I start loading them up in the cart. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna buy all these. I was like so happy, and then I started to look at them and I'm like, these are off. I'm like, wait, there's a Proof 69? And I'm like, this is a joke. I like started to look at the coins and I'm like, my raw stuff here looks better than these. I don't understand NGC when it comes to Proof wheat cents. I really, really don't. So basically when I look at their coins, I just subtract, you know, and I hear that they're stronger on some coins. I'm not saying one grading service is better than the other, but from what I have noticed, NGC ones, they seem like they're overgraded to me. That is my personal opinion for Proof wheat cents graded by NGC. That's just what, when I look at the market, when I look at the coins, when I compare the coins, there's just no comparison to me. I mean, they don't look the same. They look like they're graded on two different grading scales. So for me, if I was, you know, to like say how they grade it, I would say that PCGS has a grading scale for coins that go, it's a Sheldon scale for 1 to 70. While NGC grades on another scale, like the Sheldon plus 2, which is grading on scale between 1 and 72. I don't know what your guys' experience are. I would love to hear other people's thoughts. This one's kind of interesting. I don't know really what causes this, but it's like, I don't know if we can, I don't know if it's like some sort of like CUD or not. I don't know if we can get it to show up here, but I think you guys could see what I was looking at here. And I don't know if it's just a rim strike or what. See if I can get it to focus. Yeah, I just don't know. It's like the rim is thicker just in that one little area. And I mean, I know I make videos of PCGS coins, and I know that I'm invested in PCGS coins, and so I feel like that kind of makes me biased in a way a little bit. But it's like before I started buying PCGS coins, I looked at the different coins. I looked at, you know, what both had to offer. And I looked at, you know, what coins were being sold for. I looked at, you know, what they were, what they were for sale for. And then I also looked at how much they sell for. And like the PCGS coins, they just seem to sell for like a 20+% premium. And some of the coins, when you get to like the best of the best, you know, like top, you know, like that coin you were showing me earlier, the 1.5 million, I don't think it matters who grades it. Whatever that coin is what it is. And it's beautiful. So I don't really know what's up with the raisedness there. And I know a lot of people totally disagree with me, and I respect that as far as NGC and PCGS goes. That's just my experience, that's my opinion, point of view. I know that there are parts of the market that would agree with that, and people in the market that would completely disagree. That worked. I feel like my camera really likes to focus on the chair here. When I kind of go out of focus, I just kind of like put my head out of the screen. So hopefully we can find some more cool ones here. I like that 1 RPM that we were able to see with the naked eye. But we'll keep zooming in for the ones that we can't see. Looks like that mint mark got obliterated. It's just kind of dripping like little dye chips down it. Oh, thought there was a mint mark on there. We can just zoom out. Looks like a die crack on Lincoln's forehead. I feel like we haven't seen many lamination errors, and I feel like we haven't seen oh, there's a die chip right there. I was gonna say, and we haven't seen many die chips. There's just like a little chip that landed on the wheat ear. You know, it looks brighter that way because when it kind of gets smushed on there, it is raised up off of the coin. So I'm going to flip a chip. Give me 1 second, I just got another flood. Just make sure that you never know. Sometimes, like, when I'm on here, like, someone's like, yes, I want to buy 10,000. Well, I guess someone did say they wanted to buy a collection to put together. Looks like someone wants to buy the rest of my Flying Eagle cents. No. Yeah, the Flying Eagle cents seem to be really, really hot right now. I don't know what's going on, but like pretty much all my older coins are getting bought up. And I'm not seeing any more come to market. Like the Flying Eagles, they seem like they're getting bought up. What is this? The Flying Eagles seem like they're getting bought up. The Indian head cents and mint state grades are getting bought up. And a bunch of the like older large cents, they're getting bought up. This one's got a really nice, maybe it is a die chip and not a die crack. We'll take a look at the mint mark. It's kind of hard to see the top of that one, but I think this one is an RPM here. Like if you look at the bottom here, it looks pretty split. It looks like the top is split too. This is a 58D. I feel pretty confident that that's an RPM. Watch, I'll put it in a flip and then look back at it and it totally won't look like one as much. Alright, so this one's got a mint mark, so we'll zoom in for it. And then we'll zoom back out and see what else we're missing. It's like a bunch of these ones do not look like they were put away for their like kind of quality. So I think there were different things in these coins that I saw that I was interested in. Kind of like if you look at the wheat ear there, it almost looks like there's like a tiny little chunk of it gone. I'm not sure if that is worth flipping it up. It kind of like, it's like there was a little hole in the metal, it looks like, because nothing else is broken up. But when I was searching through these, it was like anytime I found something different. I mean, it's like if you look at the I and the B there, they're almost, actually it does look like they do connect. I'm not sure what to call that. It's usually between the B and the E that you get something going on like that. Let's see, so this is a 56D. We'll take a look at the mint mark and then we'll go over and look at the Liberty there for a second. And this one looks, I don't know, it's like, see, it's like when it's not quite focused, it looks like an RPM, and then it kind of doesn't look like one. I almost think like the split there almost looks like there's damage there. Let's check out the mint mark, or let's check out Liberty here. If we can. Okay, so maybe that's some cred. It looks like the Liberty has been like pretty much severely flattened there, and then there is just some kind of gunk connecting them. So nothing there. can zoom back out. Is there anything anybody is hoping to find in particular? One second. One of the reasons I like going through these rolls is like, I have no idea what we're going to find. All I know is that I found something a long time ago, and it looked cool enough generally that I wanted to put it away to search through it later, or to take the time to identify, or I hoped that by the time I was going through these that I would know what they were. And I know more now. I almost wonder if I will be doing this all again in another 10 years. But that's why I've been flipping anything that I do know, because the next time I go through them, I won't have to go through stuff again the same way. I know there almost looks like there's like a little shelf. I'm not sure if I see like a split, like the. I feel like I don't see split serifs. And it might just be some kind of dirt on it. What is the date? 55. It's like I feel like I see machine damage all over the place on these. I don't think that's an RPM. It does have some interesting. I bet this one probably has a. No, it doesn't have a Liberty. That's kind of expecting it to. We'll zoom back out here. And we'll keep on going. $19.55. Looks like a pretty worn coin. Well, the reverse is pretty smooth, or the fields are pretty smooth for what the front looks like. I mean, it almost looks like there is some brown luster on there. $57D. This coin has a little bit of color on it. Don't see anything on that mint mark. I think that one has just been damaged on the corner, like, it's like, I feel like I can see like a split serif there, but if you look down at the bottom of it, it looks like the metal's been pushed down. I'm not positive. If I go to midnight on here, I think this might be the longest Coin Vault has opened episode ever. Maybe we'll beat it tomorrow. I'm definitely caffeinated. I've drank a lot of coffee earlier. So if I'm not making videos, I don't think I'm going to be sleeping. So I might as well be getting towards the end of my watch hours. This one, it looks like it's been cleaned. It's got some bright, crazy colors, I think, on it. It's got like a leopard pattern. And it's got some damage. Oh my. Yeah, this coin is cleaned and damaged. Probably has zero numismatic value to it. That was tasty. Don't see anything on this one. Some of these will be forever a mystery why they are in the rolls. We may never know. 35p. Here's one of them, at least from the front. I mean, surely I had better looking 1935p's. $55s. Nice little scratch going through. Everybody's favorite. Okay, I feel like we've only seen a couple S's in the entire night, which I feel like more often than not we see more S mint marks than anything else. I have to refocus that. Just went down. Yeah, some of these coins are a mystery. Oh, there's kind of some like die cracking, kind of like a big die chip on the back of the wheat ear here. I feel like I see that on a lot of really worn dies from 1955. I almost feel like we've seen the exact same die chip area on one tonight. It is still worth a penny, Paul, you're right. And I mean, in copper value, it's probably worth about 1 2/3 pennies. You know, I know everybody's been paying attention to silver and gold, but it looked like copper was starting to go up back towards like $3 a pound, which basically means every copper penny is worth like 2 pennies if you like have it in a box or a bag and call it bullion. It'd be kind of fun to see copper go sky high and become really valuable. I mean, like, I don't know if, like, copper used to be used for, like, currency, like, for real, like, it was, you know, worth money, but I almost wonder if it was not so much that it had value in of itself, but was something that people just didn't have a bunch around, so it was something that could hold, you know, something that you could hold as a monetary value for, you know, make it kind of made up like fractional silver or fractional gold. I'm just trying to think of like, I mean, I guess like I believe like old Roman coins, that most of them were copper, and then like the ones that are really valuable are like silver and gold. But I'm just trying to think of like what other countries, like I feel like in Europe, I feel like most of the coins were either silver or gold, kind of in the 17th, 18th century. I guess no. I guess when you look at like the colonial coins and stuff, like most of the colonial coins are copper. This one's kind of interesting, like it seems like the rim kind of disappears, seems super worn. I guess I was just thinking, like, was something, I feel like copper, it's not so much that it's worth the money, but it's that it's just handy to use, as like a placeholder, like, okay, like 100 of these is worth a piece of silver, like 10 silvers is worth a gold, or 16 silvers worth of gold. So this one definitely I feel like has a beveled edge on both sides, kind of like no rim. It's like the die is also kind of deteriorated. I'm gonna have to find some more flips. I think this was the last one. Alright, mission accomplished. We have more flips. Boom. It's like thinking back about how many coins I looked through just to like find these ones. Like, it's like one part of me is like, wow, you found a lot of stuff, and then the other part of me is like remembering how many coins I actually looked through to find everything here. That looks like an RPM. 5070. Let's see what it looks like. Just like this. Yep. I think that one is an RPM there. It looks like the top and bottom serif were split. A little bit of luster on it still. I'll take it. Alright, scratches galore. That is really scratched. What did I see in this penny? Was I like, could it be an RPM underneath all those scratches? Look, it's a D over X. It's very rare. Zorro once owned that coin. That could definitely make sense, like hence like the Bronze Age, and that's a good point, Paul. It's like they probably, and if it was useful, if bronze was useful for making like tools and weapons, it probably you know, like little bits of it were probably money, so like little hunks of it was essentially money. Start a new tube. Oh, I'm sorry. Start a new empty. It's like I'm ending up with since I'm flipping some of these, like I'm combining the tubes as I'm going through here. You couldn't make bronze without copper first. I guess that's true. And so you needed what you add, tin? Is it tin that you add to copper to make bronze? I feel like 1944s always look so cool when you look at them up close. It's like I always want to see double dyes on them. It's like the bottoms. Oh, like they just like kind of stick out. It's definitely an interesting four pattern. It looks like there's no mint mark on this one. It's just a filly. But when I was coin roll hunting, I'd be psyched to find a 1952p. Like I would search through like 5,000 count bags and not find one 1952p. Which when you're looking especially through bags that are mostly 40s and 50s and you're not finding any 52p's or 54p's or even 57p's, it's like, what's going on? I wonder if I'm gonna stream all night long tonight. We will see. I'm thinking probably midnight will be, I turn into a pumpkin past midnight. Still haven't decided what to stream tomorrow. We have a lot of 1960s, but I was just missing. I feel like I enjoy doing the mint cellos, and then I like just start to like miss doing older stuff. It's kind of interesting. It's like always feels like the grass is greener. It's like I like the mint cellos because the coins are all really nice high quality. But then I enjoy looking through the older stuff because it's older and sometimes we find better dates. Sometimes we find errors. Like just all over the place. You will crash. Yes. I probably would. Like looking, I'm not sure if it's me, if I'm over focusing the camera. Yeah, I think I'd go insane trying to like focus this camera when I get tired. It's like almost want to see a split serif on the bottom of this one, but I feel like it's just a little line. It's like, it seems like so hard with some of these coins. I mean, maybe once you know a specific RPM and you know where all the markers are, if you know the mint mark looks right, but like there's some damage, then you can just go and check, and check out the different die markers on the coins. But for me also, it's like, if would I want to own, an RPM where I can actually even verify it's an RPM by looking at the mint mark? Um, it's just one of those, I know I already talked about it, but it's kind of a funny one for me. It's like one thing too, I feel like when I watch copper coins, and maybe it's just the rolls that I happen to watch, but I feel like when Chuck is going through rolls, I feel like I see him find a lot of RPMs and double dies going through the rolls, and I guess it makes me wonder if like, makes me wonder how many RPMs and how many double dies I just sorted straight through when searching through the bags. Because like it felt like I was finding stuff, um, but then when I see other people opening up rolls and like, oh, we have another RPM, we have another RPM, part of me wonders like how many, if you had a roll of 50 coins, like what is the chance of finding one RPM in a year where there's, a bunch known? Like let's say I had like a roll with a 57 D or 58 D, where it seems like I find quite a bit of them. It's like, are you pretty much guaranteed to find one RPM in a roll of those? I know it probably like, depends on the batch. Like you could find a roll that has like, it could be all RPMs because it was like all from the same place, or there could be absolutely none. It just seems like some of them are more common than others. It's like kind of like a sideways. Center of the D is kind of sideways or diagonal. You want to find them all. Yeah, that's a good goal. I feel like for some of them, it would take quite some time. Like if I tried to find all the like really, really famous ones, but like by hand searching, I feel like I would be like searching my entire life. And then it's funny, it's like, you could like search through a bunch of coins, or you could go on eBay and search through like listings or something. And it's like, I don't know, it's like, like one of my penny books, like it was like, I only put it in there if I found it from pocket change. Um, and then it's like, the other one obviously got filled in quicker than that one. It's like there's definitely something that is, fun about finding the coins yourself. I know this one, there looks like there's a little thing on the top, and then there looks like there's a little thing on the bottom. And there's kind of a line going to the right. I think that this is one. 58D. Take a look at it 90 degrees. I think that is one. Let me know if you agree, Paul. It looked like one to me. It's like a little bit of stuff there, but I guess I probably put away a lot of, 57Ds and 58Ds, and so that's probably why I'm finding more stuff in them. It's like this one almost reminds me of a woody. I kind of feel like it's been heavily cleaned, and it's more like, someone used steel wool on it in a single direction. Yeah, like down here, it's just like chick, 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 chick. Think about every die used from 1989 and before. They didn't stamp the P on every Philly minted coin, so not every die needed to be stamped. All the others did at least once. So I guess like some will never find RPMs on. It's going to be really hard to find an RPM on a Philadelphia minted coin. What do you think about this one, Paul? Like, it doesn't have split serifs, but it kind of looks like there is D to the east. I can get it back. Maybe I should get a platform that doesn't have sides on it. $53D. Maybe it's just being stretched out. Like it's like when I look at the 3 here. Maybe it's just on the angle there. It kind of looked like it was stretched out. I'll think about that one for a second. We have another one. What do we have? $50.60. almost done with this roll here. Almost afraid I feel the coffee wearing off. Take a closer look. I feel like the coffee's wearing off. This almost looks like one, like the top kind of looks like one, but then there's like some weird debris and kind of a scratch. And then I think I'm going to pass on this one. There's just too much going on with it. Looks like some good old-fashioned glue on the reverse of this one. Pretty nice. Right, so that, I believe, was last. I think this was one that we already looked at. I don't know about this one. I mean, it does look like there's raised metal to the right side. It looks a tiny bit scooped. I'm not sure. I guess we'll go through another one here, because that was the last coin in that roll. A bit RPM, and no. Punched it could have had now these tens of thousands of dies after stamping 20. Alright, 1956 will be the first coin from this roll. Looks like just a little bit better condition than the last roll maybe here. Maybe that was the nicest coin in the roll. It's like I almost wonder if it would make sense to just separate all the mint marks. Like look at all the coins and then zoom in on just the mint marks so we're not zooming in and out. Because it does seem like we spend a lot of time just with me focusing and unfocusing. But in the future we won't be doing that because I will have 2 cameras. Might be a couple weeks. All the coins are going to have to disappear. The one before the top Sari fluked looked really good. I believe I put all those ones to the side. So we'll look again through them in just a... I think this will probably... I grabbed one more roll, but I think you're right. I think that if I try to go all night long, I'm definitely going to crash. I definitely, like the beginning of the episode here, I was like, yee! I'm ready to go. Let's go to the moon. Look at some coins. And now I'm definitely a little bit less caffeinated than I was when I started. It's like sometimes it's hard. Like I feel like I can kind of see a line on the top serif there, but it also just looks like it's like little specks of carbon that kind of combine to make it look like a line. Which I want to see more than that when I'm looking at a coin. Also, I guess that's another thing I have to realize is the longer I look at these, or longer I look under a microscope, the more double dyes and like stuff I keep thinking I'm finding, and then the next day I'm like, what was I doing? Someone should have told me to go to bed. I feel like other than the I think we saw 1912, and I think we saw 1935, all these rolls so far feel like they've been pretty modern. It's like one of those gigantic bees. That's not a bad idea. I guess, I mean, if I was like flipping every coin, it's hard to, because of the delay. I think there's about a 30-second delay, so it's like oftentimes if someone's like, oh, go back a coin, I did check out there are different, I can like change the latency on it, and it can make almost real-time interaction, but it's supposed to pretty much kill the quality of the video, which I feel like if we're trying to look at coins up close, we'll be able to talk and communicate at a level, but then at the same time no one will be able to see the coins, which is kind of funny. It's like you get one or you get the other. I feel like that would really, really help, like say if someone was on StreamYards or something, it would like kill the conversation. I feel like when it's, now that I think about it, it's like I feel like when I watch Chuck on Copper Coins, I feel like if you say like, hey, look at that coin, I feel like he's able to hear you. Maybe I should try a test stream where I lower the latency, and then there'll be less of a lag. Maybe try it in between the two. I don't know if it'll. I just thought that it would kill the quality of the stream. Maybe it would a little bit. I'm not sure. Maybe I should try. I think there's like basically 3 settings. Maybe I could try it in between. Because even if it was only like a 5-second, it would make the difference between. It would make a big difference in being able to talk. I think this is one. I need to. It's like the microscope seems like it gets on an angle, so then when I'm trying to like bring the coin all the way up close, it doesn't want to zoom in, like at least on the bottom here. Oh, it's funny because I see ones like this where it's like it looks like it is, but then it looks like a chunk of it is knocked off. And then it almost makes it look like there is a split serif. Gotta stretch. He runs several computers running his streams. Interesting. So, well, that's I run a second computer so I can read the chat. Like I don't read the chat on this one. I read it on a second computer because otherwise I can't see what I'm doing. So I think well no, because to me it feels like I'm reading the chat in real time because I see it, but I feel like when if I ask a question on here, I don't see it over there for about 30 seconds. So that's what makes me feel like there is still a 30-second chat or delay. I don't know, like this one underneath the top, it almost looks like there's like a little piece. I think I must just be getting tireder because I feel like I think there was a delay there. That's the account that I watch. That's my account that I watch on there. Hey Blue Sandy, welcome. Yeah, I guess I could do one on here too. Actually, yeah, so that's a good idea. Let me just type a thing on here and then see how long it takes to pop up on the other screen. Well, I saw that pretty much instantaneous on the other screen. Interesting. I'd say there was like, for me to see that my smiley face, it was about a 2 second, maybe a second and a half delay. But I feel like when other people talk, I feel like there's about 30-second delay. Like if I say, how many fingers am I holding up? And I wait for you guys to answer, I feel like it's probably going to be about 30 seconds. Hey Blue Sandy, how are you doing tonight? And welcome. I think I started a little bit earlier tonight, and I drank a bunch of caffeine, and now it feels like the caffeine's all starting to wear off. And now every coin is starting to look like an RPM, because I think I've been under here for too long. It seems like the delay must be even longer now. Nobody's told me how many fingers I'm holding up. Sent at 2:27. Oh wow, it's later there. It's I read that 11:27 here. It's always interesting, like to think of myself on TV, because I don't know, like being on TV and like being on YouTube feel like two different things. Like I know it's the same thing, but it's just interesting because in my head I have stuff, videos, and I have a stream on the internet, but I never think that anyone is watching me on a television. It's cool. I like it. Um, it's a happy feeling. So it looks like we have some definitely machine doubling here. Oh boy, it's getting late. I'm going to start getting silly from sleep deprivation tonight. I think it was like over 30 seconds. Um, like it definitely feels like there is like at least a 30-second delay. But it's funny too, because sometimes I'll ask people, I almost feel like different people have different delays. Because I feel like sometimes I'll ask people or be talking with people, and I'll feel like things are pretty close. Sometimes, and it's like I feel like then it makes me wonder, is the audio run at a different speed than, watching the video, but then I watch the videos after sometimes, and I'm talking when I'm talking, I'm not, there's not like, it's not like I'm dubbed from a minute before. It's interesting though. And sometimes it seems like it's worse than others. That thing's pretty much completely filled. I'm not sure about some of these coins here. It's like, some of them seem okay, but none of these, well, here's a library error. I guess some of these I've been like, why is this in here? I'm not seeing a quality of a coin, I'm seeing a common date. Not seen an RPM. I can maybe schedule a shorter stream or just do a test stream at some time, like just hey everyone, just popping on to say hi. And we can see if like it's more possible to like talk on a steady conversation of things. I feel like in some ways it allows me to like be able to like read and like catch up, stay caught up with everything. It's like probably if I was having like 5 conversations with people in real time, I wouldn't be able to keep up with everything. Because it's almost like if I ask a question, then I have to wait like 30 seconds for a response. Welcome back, Accredited Coins. What were you up to? Where'd you go to? Were you buying out categories on eBay without me? I hope so. Has anybody else noticed how the buy it now or the buy it now categories for like US PCGS graded coins, it's just getting smaller and smaller? It's like, I guess I haven't been able to really check to see if like just everything's getting bought up, or if people are all in managed payments and can't list stuff, or if people are just not listing or renewing stuff because there's not 50,000 free listings now. But I'm just seeing the numbers going down and down and down. Taking more photos. Nice. People have to say something every 10 minutes. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Paul. I do appreciate your patience with it too. And I do appreciate everything you have to say about the coins. I definitely learn a lot. So thank you. I really appreciate, because I've definitely felt you've tried to teach me about a lot of things, and I feel like I've learned quite a lot of things from you, so thank you. And some of these ones I've been putting that are kind of like, is that not? I've kind of been making a little pile here, so that it'll be easier for us to talk about them at the end. Like the ones that I was like, I can't quite tell here. I put them in a pile, and then we can go through them slower as we talk about them. But whenever you see something, like if you like throw out the date and the mint, then at least I have an idea. Especially like if I'm like, what does this one look like to you? If you let me know. You are watching a video from another channel that sells other stuff besides coins. You're allowed to do videos. There are certain things you can't do. Like you can't direct the people to purchase something from somewhere else. Like you can't say like, hey, visit my website. I have the same things for sale here as I do, on eBay. They will take they will take your listings down. Or did they take because were they on managed listings, or was it because they made videos of their items? Now I'm double curious. I know that with managed payments, if you are a coin store, they're gonna allow you to not go into managed payments. But if you go into managed payments, you can't sell coins until they figure out how to do it. And I think you can't direct people to other eBay accounts of yours. Um, like there's just a bunch of rules, and so you have to kind of be careful. You can't, you probably can't direct people to like kind of content that conflicts. It basically has to be like, you know, either give information about the product or give you like better details. Like what I try to do in my videos when I'm making videos of the coins is I'm trying to show everyone the coin, the front and back, and show as much detail as I can. Okay, yeah, so if you're on managed payments, basically managed payments is, once you're on managed payments is like eBay's new PayPal. And basically what happens, basically instead of you using PayPal when you sell something on eBay, the money goes to your bank account. There will be smaller processing fees than PayPal, so there's, small reasons to do it. But unfortunately, the processor, the bank that handles these payments, will not process coins. They will not process alcohol. They will not process tobacco, guns, adult products, gift cards, any sort of gambling, anything. They just, the company must have moral objections to these things. Coins and currency and bullion happens to fall into those. So basically, anybody, like they're trying to force everyone into managed payments by the end of the year. There was this big scary thing of like, oh, no one's going to be able to sell coins anymore, and Coin World and PCGS basically confronted PayPal and said, hey, what's up? Our members want to know what's up. And they were like, we're not going to force anyone who sells coins for a living on eBay into the program. And I even talked to customer service, and they told me I wasn't allowed into the program because of what I sold. And so basically one of my theories is that people people like me, we're going to be able to continue to sell on eBay our coins for now. Eventually they said they would figure things out and we'd all be forced into managed payments. But until they figure it out, I'm not allowed to be in managed payments. So one of the things, I don't get the 50,000 free listings for my store like I was up until this month. If I was in managed payments, I'd get the 50,000 free listings. It's one of the things, it's like the carrot. They're trying to lead people into it. And some people are like, okay, managed payments. I'll start selling basketball cards on eBay. I will stop selling coins. But so for me, I'm going to be fine for now. Anyone else who just sells coins, they're going to be fine. But let's say I was just a person who collects coins and like to upgrade my coins. I'd be allowed to buy the coins on eBay, but I won't be able to sell my coin when I upgrade. And so I have a feeling, and I'm kind of seeing the numbers reflect this, is normal people who use eBay that are on managed payments, they're not going to be able to sell their coins. They're going to have to find another way to sell their coins. And for me, I buy a lot of coins from people that are not coin dealers. I buy a lot of coins from coin dealers too. So it's going to be interesting. But it's kind of, there's definitely going to be an adapting here. I might start a thing, since people are going to need a place to sell their coins. I might start, kind of putting into my listing like, hey, want to sell your coins? Contact me for a quote on your coins. The interesting thing though is I'm not going to be able to, they're not going to be able to sell it to me on eBay. So it's like, I can't, and I don't want to have eBay members contacting me and saying like, hey, yeah, let's take it off eBay. The reason that I do business on eBay is because, it vets the buyers and sellers, and I know I'm going to be dealing with somebody who's not, I can see their feedback and know how many people they've done business with. But it's going to be interesting. But So say like before the first of the month there was, I think, 124,000 PCGS graded coins in the US coins category. Now I think that there is about 102. I feel like it almost got to 101, but it seems to be dropping about 2 to 400 every day. So I'm curious to see how much this is going to drop. I'm just interested to see how, because I feel like I feel like eBay might just decide like, okay, yeah, the category is selling less and less. The amount of money that we're making from these categories is less, but I feel like they're doing it on purpose. They're basically like saying like, hey, we don't want you selling here anymore. And it just might end up happening. But I mean, like PayPal, you go on your PayPal account and log in, and it's like, hey, sell your coin on social media, sell your items on social media. And they have a place on PayPal now where you can basically make an eBay listing, and then you can email these listings to people, and you can post them into social media. It basically, you add photos, make a description and a price, and then it links your PayPal. It puts a checkout thing in it with PayPal. And so basically it's eBay without eBay. And so while eBay is trying to like make its own PayPal, PayPal is like, hey, you don't need eBay, just reach people these ways. So it's kind of interesting. They seem to be kind of trying to, social media seems like it's going to start to take the place of a bunch of these big companies, and it's going to be interesting. It's like the social medias, it's like, pick your brand. Are you a Facebook? Are you a Facebook person? Are you an Instagram person? Are you a YouTube person? Looks like being a TikTok person isn't going to be an option pretty soon. Looks like the government is basically like, we're banning TikTok unless you sell us TikTok. And then it's okay. But I guess I can understand if there's security flaws or whatever, but yeah. It's just a crazy world. So we will see. We'll see what happens. I'm basically assuming that by the end of next week, we're going to go to under 100,000 PCGS graded coins. But the other part of it I don't know is, I don't know how many of these thousands of PCGS graded coins that are disappearing. I don't know how many of them are just not being relisted, how many of them are disappearing, and how many of them are like silver coins, like, silver Morgans, that are just being bought because the price of silver is going up. That looks like an RPM there. Even looks like it has a little something special on the inside. But I feel like I can clearly see a split serif on the top and bottom, and something on the inside. We got a squished 58D. Squishy. Wait, so people on YouTube lost their PayPal account when they sold bullion on YouTube. PayPal said it was against their terms and conditions. It's 1958D. Sorry. Interesting. So I know that people do donations and stuff. It seems like people buy and sell bullion on YouTube all the time. Like all the people that do like metal pours and stuff, when they're selling, is it just considered artwork at that point? It's just interesting to me. It's like, when did buying and selling real money? Like gold and silver, that's money. Paper, fiat, That is debt. That is like, I owe you gold and silver. Hold on to this paper money. I promise I will give you real money. It's like the government is outlawing people owning real money, and the banks are kind of like backing them up on this. I don't understand it. It's like, no, you're not allowed. It's illegal for you to own real wealth. You must be indebted to someone. Someone must have debt to you. They sure have made us believe that all this stuff is money. I mean, I feel like my generation doesn't even know what money is or what wealth is. It's just they all work for zeros and ones, and it's kind of hilarious. So I, as Joe Blow, upgrade my coin. I cannot turn around and sell it. Um, do you have managed payments yet? Have you been invited to manage payments? I mean, I'm super curious about this because I know I am not allowed to join managed payments, so I can't test it. I did just open up a second eBay account, and it did not force me into managed payments. I was curious if I made a second one, if it just puts you in it. It did not. It did not ask for bank account information or anything. It just did a credit check on me, and boom, I had a second account. Kind of looks like a little die crack to the north of the L there. Or maybe it's like a little lamination error. You don't read any. Yeah, and I believe pretty much everyone got invitations by now. But basically, just because you accept and go into it, it's basically they have to like, it's kind of like getting a bank application or trying to open an account. Basically, you have to register for it, and then they have to put you on it, which basically will take a while. There was a bar under the L. For some reason I dropped it into there. Let's check that out. I think this was it. I don't see the bar on. I see like a little tiny thing. Am I missing it? Nope, just okay. I was like, wait, am I totally missing it? So yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting to see what happens. I mean, for all I know, it's a bunch of drama. Basically eBay saying we don't know what's gonna happen. We haven't figured that out. We're just going ahead with everything, and we'll figure it out as we go. Um, and so, for all I know, it'll all be figured out, and it won't, cause any big ripples in the market. I feel like this one's gotten squished pretty good, and that's why it's so bright. Yeah, it did feel like another opportunity where like eBay was just shooting themselves in the foot. It definitely, was like as alarming as like a bunch of like their executives doing, like all the horrible things that they were doing. This one definitely looks like an RPM here. Another 58D. But we'll definitely have to see. I mean, eBay posted their, I mean, eBay posted their like best ever quarter ever this last quarter. So, I bet all of the executives are feeling like they're doing the best job ever. Um, when you got the numbers saying you are, but at the same time, like I feel like, eBay is an online place to buy stuff. And, so of course they're going to have good quarters. I bet Amazon had, I bet their quarter made eBay's look basically like a failure. I'm sure that Amazon's quarters were ridiculous compared, but eBay had its best quarter ever, which is, awesome. I had probably my best quarter on eBay ever as well. I'm sometimes I feel a little bit grumpy towards eBay, but in this last quarter, I sold more on eBay than I sold last year combined. So like I think that on eBay, like if I look at it, I think I'm up according to its things. I think I'm up as high as you can be. I think it's like 1,000% increase from last year, and pretty much every month I'm up like 30%. It's just crazy. Hold on, I'm just checking to make sure that that's like accurate. Yeah, so like from a year ago, I'm up 1,000%. From last month, I'm up 33.6%, while the market, or it looks like, interesting. So I don't know, like, so yeah, I can see why I'm having a great quarter too. You really would. I almost feel like the executives and stuff at eBay work. I feel like they're being paid off to make bad decisions by Amazon. I feel like Amazon is like, we will pay you more money than eBay could pay you in a lifetime if you drive this company into the grave. Um, I don't know. It's just like I scratch my head like I feel like I feel like since like the new people took over there, I feel like there's been attempts to communicate. I feel like that, but at the same time, when they just took away the 50,000 free listings, they're like, hey, we had our best quarter ever, and we think it's because of the 50,000 free listings. But then they took it away from anyone who wasn't in managed payments. They're like, yeah, this works so good, and we had the best profits ever. So we're going to keep doing this. And so they said they were going to keep doing it. But then they're only giving it to the people that are in managed payments. And so because I got an email saying that they were keeping it in, I just kept listing more and more items. Like I went, from the beginning of this, when they were giving me free listings, I went from like 1,100 and now I have like 3,100. But at the same time, my business has grown like crazy. So, but I was making a business plan based on the information that they gave, and they kind of falsely gave information. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the only reason that eBay is still around is because they cater to unique items. But I feel like eBay keeps trying to beat Amazon. They try to keep like competing with Amazon on Amazon's terms, but Amazon doesn't want to. They don't want a bunch of items that are, one of a kind. They want stuff that they can slap a UPC code on, and that they can have 10,000 different sellers fulfill orders, for one kind of thing. They want to sell as many of an item as they can. They don't want to clutter their website with a bunch of one-of-a-kind items. They want to clutter, or they want to fill their website with, what is it, like reusable, replenishable items. They want, items that people can write feedback on and say, like, this product was great, you should buy it. They want replenishable, repeatable sales of the same item. And so it's like, I feel like eBay could eventually become a subsidiary, or like, Amazon could buy out eBay. I'm sure they could afford to. But I don't think that eBay would disappear. I think that if they bought it out, they would just own it. And, they would probably run it better. uh, I think this is one. I mean, the top looks like there's a split serif, and then the bottom looks like it's a split serif, but then there's also, like, it kind of looks like machine damage. Like, there's definitely something darker to the top. Let's turn it upside down. We'll take another look. But we'll see. Maybe, maybe eBay will make some good decisions here. For me, it seems like eBay's like shot themselves in the foot about every time. I want to say this is an RPM. I feel like it's an RPM with machine damage, or like whatever that brown stuff on the west side is, or I'm sorry, the east side. Like, it's like, I want to say that is like, I mean, it looks like it's scooped, but like for all I know, due to lack of light, that is just kind of like some brown debris. And I'm not trying to like the point of the stream is not to bash eBay. I love eBay. I love doing business on eBay. Otherwise, I would have left a long time ago. It's just I will forever not be able to understand why eBay makes the decisions it does. Just I will never. But at the same time, who knows? Maybe they're looking at a bigger picture than I am, and maybe I'm just not supposed. Maybe if I knew the reasons they were making the decisions, I would have made the same decisions as them. This kind of looks like an RPM too. This one looks different though. 57D. Yeah, this one looks way different than any of the ones I found before. Cool. The top of my head. Yeah, but that's the thing too. It's like eBay has always been the mom and pop selling stuff from their garage. It's been like, for lack of, it's like the over glorified flea market of the internet. It's where everybody can have their little dusty table, and it's funny though, before, I feel like bargaining and trading and stuff, it used to be such a thing before eBay. And like when eBay came along, it was like great, and there wasn't like sales tax on the internet, and people could do business on the internet. And it's like bartering was like the last kind of like unregulated. It was like the last like like original way people did businesses. And it's like somehow like I feel like because of eBay, because of like flea markets going online, and maybe people were supposed to be paying taxes at flea markets and stuff the whole time, but it was just like when I grew up, like I'd go to the flea market, I'd buy some baseball cards, I'd buy some packs of baseball cards, I'd open them, and then I would like pull out some good cards, and I'd go and sell those cards to someone else at the flea market, and then I would like double my money, and I would go and buy more, and then sell them, and it's like I was just a kid, and I would go and buy and sell all these stuff to the different people, and I'd make money. And it's like nowadays it's like if and then it's like you'd make some money and then you could get something to eat. I could go to the mall across the street and get whatever I wanted to eat and maybe buy a video game. But it's like nowadays it's like you go to do that and everything, because it's online, is, I don't know, it's just it's a different world. But it's like I also like buying and selling. I like doing all my selling on eBay because when it comes to do taxes, PayPal keeps track of every penny that I spent, and I don't have to wonder, I don't have to guess. I know exactly how much I spent, I know exactly how much I received. Um, it makes it really easy. It's like sometimes people are like, "Hey, let's do stuff off of eBay," and I'm like, "Well, you contacted me through eBay, that'll get me banned if they find out." And then it's like also, I kind of like doing it all in one place because then at the end of the year, it makes it really simple to just give everything to my accountant and have them do my taxes. But it's like, yeah, I feel like um, things were mom and pop. And then I feel like eBay kind of threw all the moms and pops under the bus. And we're basically like, hey, we want you big companies to come and sell your big name brand products on here. And sorry, I'm starting to go back through the other ones here that I thought looked interesting. And just kind of like take a second look at them. I'm not sold on this one. I feel like I see something on the bottom, but not on the top. It's like this one, I don't see a split on the top. But it's like I feel like I see something on the bottom. I mean, there's definitely a split on the bottom, and then there's kind of a weirdness to almost like doubling on the right side. Too minor. My body is like, you've been sitting in this chair for 4 hours, except for the one time that you went and ran to say goodbye to all that coffee. There's this one that kind of looks like a D over D. And this one. It's like I feel like up at the top I feel like I see a split, but then the whole thing is all mashed up. And then on the bottom there looks like there's a split, but it's all mashed up. Something on top too, but some damage too. No. Something on top too, but some damage too. Yeah, there's like... Oh no, so let's hang out with this one here for a minute. It's like, I feel like I see something on the bottom, and then I feel like I see something at the top, but it's like I feel like the entire coin is like flattened. It just seems, it seems like I got struck and flattened and damaged a bunch, but it's like I feel like I can see the notches on it. So we'll call this coin A. I feel like coin A, I feel like I can see it. What do you think about coin A? I will go through all these. I think there's like 5 of them. What's your opinion on coin A, Paul? And if anyone else is watching, you guys are welcome to put your opinion on it too. I'm just not convinced. The problem is that I can't, it's really hard for me to hold it. It's hard for me to hold the coin up to it and shine it. Okay, so a no on coin A. We will call this one here coin B. I can get it to focus. I'm trying to shine a flashlight on here too. so this one is coin B. And so I don't know, like I don't see split serifs on it, but it's like I feel like I see a D to the east. You want me to hold the coin? I could try to hold the coin. Right, so that was coin B. Let me know what you thought of coin B. And I hear Blue Sandy saying go back. The problem is I can't hold the coin and up to the thing and hold the flashlight. And focus it. Oh, you were saying I'm back. Okay, so that was coin A again. So that was A and B. So you said you're not excited about coin B. So coin B will go back in the tube for um, when we do reruns of this show in 2030. Let's see. And so this is coin C. So you think, are you talking about coin C, Paul? Sorry, I'm trying to number them just because I know we're on a delay. Almost seems like my flashlight isn't, it almost seems like we're just able to see it like this better. Alright, so that was coin C. And this one here will be coin D. She was just back. Alright, so that was coin D. I didn't see anything on coin D when I just looked at it. Welcome back. I'm not sure. This must be E then. I'm not seeing anything on E. And we'll call this F. And it's just like, I feel like up at the top, like underneath, there almost looked like there was a little tiny thing, but I think if it is, it's kind of minor. I want to just say no. Or you thought C was an RPM? Alright, so wait, which one was C? I should have put these all down in order. That would have been much smarter. Was it the one that, or I don't think that was C. Was it the one with like this one? This was C? F, the bottom is damage. The belly decided that it's dinner time again? Jeez. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I know that I did some like belly growl streams at one point in the past. Almost funny. So I think this was the one that you were saying. I think this was C here. And so if you agree, we shall move forward with this one. And if not, and so then I'll show a recap of the RPMs that we found, because seems like that's about what we found for the show. I mean, we did find a couple lamination errors. And we found some liberty errors. Well, that was like I started to, and then I think I ran out of room, so I think that one was C anyway. Or that last one you thought no? Hi. Well, this one was definitely not C. That was the last one we looked at. I think that was E. I think that was A, right? I think that one was not. Alright, so these were the ones that I think we all said yes to, or at least the ones. So there was this one that was like, really it's not like any other RPM I've ever found. And that was a 5070. And there was this one. That was a 52D. This one, that is a 58D. And I feel like a lot of these, it's like when I look at these ones, except for when like there's like a little sparkly right at the serif. It's like I feel like if anyone wants to see the split serif on the bottom, that little sparkly on here will have to be gone. I don't know if there's enough leeway if I tap it. Just enough. It's another 58D. I think this was a 5070. 5070. Another 58D. It's always so interesting. It's like some of them, it's like once you get them inside a flip, it's like almost feels like it's way harder to see. Yeah, I thought the bar on the inside of that one was interesting too. Then it looks like a 58D with a D to the south, which I thought this one looked pretty cool. And then the last one, 52D again. Did we find, is that the same one that we found before? Here's the other one. Okay, yeah. So that should be, I feel like we should be able to find that one again. And yeah, there was the one that like could definitely just like see And so then there was the fun one that we found in the very first roll. I guess it's kind of hard to see, but we can look at the close-ups of the rim here. But it's, you know, it just has a very nice, I mean, I'm guessing a dime or something must have gotten squished into this thing, but then it doesn't, you know, really fit the same dime pattern. Sure does go on forever almost. I mean, like about almost half the coin has this like rim pattern on it. Sure, I'll show the whole coin. Let's go back to the 52Ds. All right, or at least the area around the date. Here, I'll do both. Or I'll just do a quick front and back, and then we can zoom in a little bit. Because you're probably and actually coincidentally, what was this a 52D as well? Yeah. Okay, let's look. I don't even think I checked to see if this one was an RPM. I just got sidetracked on there. Okay, so around the mint mark here. Alright, so that's the first one there. Yep, both of these looked like they had the same mint mark, the 1952D. So I believe like these ones both basically look the same. I just want to look at the 9 and the 5 here for a second. I guess they have different damage to them. How about the tip of the 9? Well, looks like the tip has a little tip missing there. And then a little more missing there. Yeah, they both have the same split. I think I was joking and calling this like a chicken mint mark or chicken D or something like that, because it kind of looked like a chicken's head or like the beak or something. Like, I don't know. Like I think I found a couple of these earlier in the show too, but it was like one half of it was gone. It was just like the mint mark got all messed up. And so I was like, I don't know what to do with this. But then we found these ones, so now when I find a 1980 or 1952D I'll know. Let me move that one a little bit. It's funny, it doesn't look as strong as it did before. I feel like it got moved around in here. I feel like it was looking really strong. Yeah, it felt very similar to me. I don't know, they do look like maybe they're in a slightly different position. Um, like those almost look like equal distances, like from the 5 and the 9 here, like to the different sides of it. And if you look at this one, um, they both look a little bit farther away, and the 9 looks way farther away from the D. I think this D sits lower and more to the east. Because this one, the edge of the D is almost directly under the tip of the 5. And with this one, the D is not, I feel like it's more to the west. It's kind of like maybe directly under the edge of the 9. No, it's even farther in than that. While this one, oh no, maybe it is. At the bottom of the 9 and yeah, when I first looked at them, they looked super similar. But I like that. Thanks, Paul, because I think I was just kind of assuming that they were until then. So yeah, the other 1952D, that one I'm the most interested in. I feel like I'm gonna have to go through a lot of errors just to figure out what that one is. But I think I'm gonna have to go to sleep here. I hate to say it. I just starting to like totally feel the sleep here. The sleep is calling me. But I wish I knew exactly what was going on with this one. Because this one definitely is cool. I mean, it's like my best guess is that there was like a dime somehow, but I feel like there should be like a clash of the dime. Like I feel like a dime got pushed into the edge. That's my only guess here, is that like this got, but then like why do dimes already have a reeded edge to them? Like if a die planchet fell into the die when this was getting struck or something like that, I don't get it. I will be happy to check out your new photos of credited coins. It may be in the morning because I'm gonna have to get off here in a minute or I'm gonna fall asleep on you guys. But I really appreciate you guys all being here tonight. Yeah, no, I'm crashing. I feel it. I think I could like put my head down, and I think you can see my eyes are starting to get a little bit heavier. Yeah. But thank you, Paul. Thank you, Accredited Coins, for being here. Thank you, Blue Sandy, for being here. Who else is watching? Who else is here? I know Metal Detecting with Steve was here earlier, but I think he had to go to bed. Sev was here before. Hold on, I know you guys can only see the side of my head. I'm just trying to see. Thanks for being here, Veronica Horton. And oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah, I forgot. Thanks for being here tonight, Super Silverman, and thanks so much, Paul Hampton. Yeah, definitely let me know. I'd love to know more about this one. I think this is one of my favorite ones that I found going through here so far. It would be awesome if it was something kind of unique. I feel like there's an explanation for it. And it caught me off guard because I thought it was just kind of like, partially off center and a partial shoulder strike. And then, like as I was looking at that, then I didn't even notice that until because I think I was zoomed in until I got out, and I was like, wait, what? Um, but it was fun. So thanks everyone for being here tonight. Tomorrow is my regularly scheduled stream, so I should be here at 9. Maybe I'll surprise you if I'm doing it. Coin Vault episodes like this. Maybe I'll surprise you guys and start early, but I'll definitely be going by 9 p.m. tomorrow. So thanks everyone for being here tonight. If I forgot to say your name, I do apologize. But thanks to Credited Coins again for being here. Thanks Paul Hampton. Thank you Blue Sandy for being here. Enjoy talking and learning with you guys. It's been awesome. I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Wish you guys good nights, good luck with your coin roll hunting, and I'll see you guys in the future.